Good morning, staff. Good morning, commissioners, and good morning, California. Welcome to our first meeting of 2021. Wanda, would you like to take roll call, please?
Yes. Commissioner Sadwani?
Here.
Commissioner Sinai?
Here.
Commissioner Taylor?
Present.
Commissioner Toledo?
Here.
Commissioner Turner? No. Commissioner Vasquez? Commissioner Yee?
Here.
Commissioner Ahmed? Commissioner Kutagawa? Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Here.
Commissioner Fornashari?
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Here.
And Commissioner Lamons.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. And
You're
you
welcome.
confirm we do have a quorum.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So our first thing is to go to public comment, as we do to open each of our meetings. This public comment is open to any topic. And at this time, I'd like to ask Jesse to read the instructions and invite the public forward for public comment.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 918-3780-3898 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You will also hear an automated message to press star 9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automated message that says, "The host would like you to talk," and to press star 6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking opening public comment at this time. Good morning, caller. Could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Helen Hutchison, HelenHutchison, and I'm representing the League of Women Voters of California. I want to thank you all for the excellent job you're doing, allowing for public input, and especially for being so responsive to the input you are getting. Your schedule is by nature flexible. Items may take longer than anticipated or may wrap up more quickly than originally planned. And while this uncertainty is to be expected, given the length and the variety of your agendas, it can also make it difficult for people who want to give feedback on specific items on your agenda. We are not all free to watch for an extended period of time waiting for a specific item to come before you. Because of this, we ask that people be allowed to comment on an agendized item during the general public comment period, such as this, that you have at the beginning of each day and when you return from lunch. This would allow for interested and busy people to schedule their comments. I'd also like to ask that when you do have a time certain for an item, that you please update the posted agenda to note that. You do a good job of announcing these things at the beginning of meetings, but not all of us are listening then or can write it down quickly. So if it could be in writing, it would be really helpful for all of us. And then finally, the only place that the call-in number is currently available is on the live feed. Is it possible to put it on the agendas and or on the meeting website. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchinson, for your call. Jesse, do we have any other callers in the queue?
Yes, Chair. One moment, please. Good morning, caller. Could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, Renee, Renee. Last name is Westa Lusk, Westa-Lusk.
The floor is yours.
Yes, I called in, I think it was the January, not January, it was a December meeting, and talked about contacting or outreach to rural areas so that they're aware of the Citizens Redistricting Commission hearings for drawing the maps. And Commissioner and Chairman Lamons had asked me to email the CRC of, I believe, ways to outreach to rural areas. Since then, I realized my own community did put together a communications and engagement plan, but it had to do with another issue, nothing related to voting or hearings for redistricting. But what I wanted to know, can I email you parts of that communications and engagement plan, or do you need to see the whole thing?
You can feel comfortable submitting the parts that you wish to submit.
Okay, and then is there a way, I might need instruction if I upload certain pages of the community outreach and engagement plan. Is there someone at the CRC I could talk to on the phone that could instruct me how to put it into the email? Because other than typing the email out, is there a way to, what is
Yes.
it, like scan pages from a report and put that in the email?
Yes.
I'll need help with that because I'm not that technologically savvy.
Okay.
to
What we'll
figure that
do
out.
is, Director Claypool, could you share our number, please? Our general number, so that Ms. Westa Lusk could call and get that additional support?
I can. I'm going to have to get that from Ro very quickly. I don't have it in front of me. So if
Okay.
you can hold for just 1 second, Ms. Lusk will have it.
Okay.
Okay, if you stay tuned, Ms. Lusk, for a few moments, we'll be saying that number publicly in just a moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Jesse, could we go to our next caller, please?
As a reminder, callers, if you press star 9, it would indicate that you wish to speak. Caller with number ending in 6158, please press star 6 to speak. Good morning. Could you please state and
Hi.
spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, it is Julia Mark, JuliaMarks, and I'm calling from Asian Americans Advancing Justice, Asian Law Caucus. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for all the work you're doing and for the thought and care you've been putting into planning a very complex process and a significant undertaking of public engagement. I'm just calling to ask for clarification about the language access related documents that were posted early this morning. We very much appreciate the panels you've been holding on language access and outreach and your synthesis of a lot of that content in those documents.
We took a quick review and saw that you've identified some priority languages for certain counties and regions. Ourselves and other community groups we work with who work with limited English proficient Californians would like additional time to look through those documents and review the proposed plan more closely. We were hoping to get some clarity from you about what type of action you plan to take on this item during the course of your meeting, and whether there will be more opportunities for public input on this item. If you could provide a bit more information on the day, whether it's in the morning or afternoon that you might be discussing this, it would be helpful as well. And we understand this, along with many of your outreach and other plans, might need to be an evolving document. So it would be helpful to know how finalized this will be in the course of this meeting, and when there might be further opportunities to adjust covered languages and interpretation plans as needs continue to become apparent. We will be engaging communities over the next few months, and as we try to anticipate language needs, hopefully it'll all be covered from the outset, but there might be languages that aren't covered here where interpretation will be required for real outreach and engagement to happen. So if you could just share a bit more about the plans for this, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marks. I will be reviewing the plan for the agenda after public comment. But just to directly answer your question regarding this particular agenda item, which is number 13 on our agenda, we will be addressing on Wednesday. Also, the language subcommittee can provide a little bit additional insight in some of the questions that you asked during subcommittee reports, which will be happening later this afternoon or first thing in the morning. Could we take the next caller, please?
Good morning, caller. Could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, good morning and happy 2021. This is Rosalind, R-O-S-A-L-I-N-D, and the last name is Gold, G-O-L-D. I am the Chief Public Policy Officer with the Naleo Educational Fund. And first of all, I just want to echo the comments of other callers about how grateful we are to the Commission about the amount of work that you've put in. And I'm going to be talking about the outreach materials and the outreach plan, the panels you've had, the input that you've taken from the public, the fact that you have really been grappling with some important and challenging issues on outreach and have really been thoughtful and very thorough in how you've approached all this. And, I just also want to quickly add that, certainly if we think about the events of last week, the work of this commission as one of the pillars of protecting our democratic institutions, we are grateful for your public service in that regard. Just consistent with the questions that some of my fellow callers have raised, with respect to the outreach plan and the Redistricting 101 draft materials, first of all, it would be helpful to know when exactly these are going to be discussed, and it sounds like there will be some updating on the specific times that there will be discussions. In addition, having some certainty about what is the nature of the action that is going to be taken on these materials. In other words, does a vote mean that there is approval of the approach, or does a vote mean that, basically the commission is signing off on the documents as in whatever form they are? And then secondly, I think with respect to the outreach materials, we probably would like to have just a bit more time than this week to have the whole process of the finalization because, first of all, we would like to look at the materials and be good thought partners with you. Secondly, to the extent that we make suggestions or recommendations, to get a chance to actually see how they are incorporated, to the extent that they are, before a vote is taken on final plan. So this is kind of an iterative process that we want to be good partners on. So having the time to do that would be very helpful. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Cole. Jesse, do we have other callers in the queue?
There are currently no more callers in the queue, Chair.
Okay, I'd like to thank all the callers who called in this morning. And at this time, I'm going to give a preliminary review as we, Commissioner Hernandez.
No, I was just going to say that I believe Director Claypool has the phone number.
Yes, I'm going to get to that. Thank you. Director Claypool, go on and read the phone number, please.
The phone number, and it is on the front page of our agenda as well, is area code 916-323-0323.
Can you say it one more time, please?
Area code 916-323-0323.
Thank you so much, Director Claypool. Okay, so I want to go through preliminary tentative times because, of course, as many of our callers stated, and I'm sure many of you are aware, we do our best to gauge the amount of time that agenda item may take. And we like to keep a nice flow as well because a lot of work does go into preparing for these meetings and a significant amount of time to address many of them. So what our plan is for today, and we're right on schedule, is that we'll have our general announcements. I'm at number 3. We've just had our public comment. And then we're going to follow that with the chair report and then the executive director's report. We do have some staffing proposals that are going to be put forward. That should be happening right around 10 o'clock. And then when we get to the deputy director's report, we budgeted an hour and a half to 2 hours for the discussion around the preliminary strategic outreach plan, and it's just that, preliminary. So that should be starting to happen right around 10:30, and then we're going to have a break, of course, at 11 o'clock, and then we'll come back and continue that discussion. So that discussion could take us very well into the lunch hour. If we conclude prior to the lunch hour, which will be at 12:45, then we'll get right into the chief counsel's report, which will be brief, probably 15 minutes or less, followed by the communication director's report, which we budgeted an hour for, although it may not take that long. So what we're looking at is getting through agenda items 1 through 8 by lunch or just after lunch. And when we come back, depending on how far we've gotten, we'll talk about where we'll go for the afternoon. There is an agenda item that has been deleted and put on hold pending VRA council recruitment, and that's agenda item number 11. So we will not be addressing that in this meeting. Also, agenda item number 13, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be addressed on Wednesday. Finally, agenda item number 16, the panel to discuss incarcerated populations, will happen on Tuesday morning. That's tomorrow at 10 a.m. So that will be tomorrow at 10 a.m. So that's the level of specificity that we have for the agenda as it reads today. The sub-bullets under the agenda items is what our proposed plan is with that agenda item on any given day. So we try to update that and be as thorough as we can with it. Again, these things evolve. So we try to give you as much information as we can, and we try to stick with the information that we give. And if we can make adjustments and get them posted, we will do that. However, I will caution you that while we're in our transition to our website, immediate posting of updates is difficult. But once we get to our new, and we'll hear more about that during the communication director's report, we'll have a better mechanism for doing more real-time updates. And I think you'll see some overall improvement in the amount of information that's able to be made available to you more quickly to address some of the issues and questions raised by some of our callers this morning, including Ms. Hutchinson, which we really appreciate. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of a roadmap as to where we're going. And we'll update you. I'll try to be very mindful to give you as many updates as possible, in and out of breaks, etc. And just as a reminder, our opening public comment, our public comment after lunch, and our closing public comment is open to any topic. So I just want to reiterate that. I think Ms. Hutchinson recommended that that be the case, that agenda items, you can speak on any topic that you like, whether it's on the agenda or not. So again, hopefully that's helpful. At this time, I'd like to move into general announcements and commissioner updates if I don't have any questions or comments from fellow commissioners. Commissioners? See, Director Claypool?
I just wanted to let the commission know that last Wednesday on the 6th, there was an evacuation of our building because of the protest down the street. There were no incidents at the building, and there were no incidents with staff. It was fairly peaceful, but just a reminder of where we're at.
Thank you for that, Director Claypool. And let me just, I was going to speak to that to let the public know what Director Claypool just raised. Of course, we're in unpredictable times, so an evacuation could happen during the course of our meeting. If so, we'll let you know, and then we'll have to, of course, get back to you to update how we will reconvene and continue if some disruption like this occurs. So be patient with us if we have to adjust to environmental circumstances and issues beyond our control. Commissioner Fornashari.
I just had a general announcement. Is that okay at this point?
Absolutely.
Okay, I just want to let everyone know that I got an email later in December from New Mexico First. That's the organization in New Mexico that was putting together a recommendation for the legislature on how to manage redistricting this time around. And they also recommended, of course, that they put together a constitutional amendment to put together a commission to do redistricting. But you know, I just want to let you all know they finished it up and they had 21 recommendations in the report. Really well done. I think there were some pretty clever recommendations that they had, including putting together like 5 different maps that the legislature could choose from instead of just one. But I'll just keep it brief. That to me, that was the highlight, but they did a really nice job. So just thought I'd let you all know.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Sinai?
Hi, I just wanted to thank all the, many of the groups that have called in, as well as others invited the outreach staff and the outreach subcommittee to a meeting last Friday. I think it was Friday, just to get to know each other, share some information, ask questions, and it was really helpful. So I wanted to thank the outreach committee from the coalition partners for inviting us.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Any other updates or general announcements, commissioners? Commissioner Kutagawa.
I just wanted to ask if Commissioner Fornachari could share that New Mexico report. It sounds interesting.
Yeah, I'll forward the link to everyone through the Director Claypool.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Any other general comments or updates? Seeing none, we will move to the chair report. Chair report will be brief. I wanted to direct my next comments to the public. At the close of our last December meeting, we came out of out of closed session. And I realized after we had said farewell and Happy New Year and all of that wonderful stuff that we had not reported back. I did not report back on what had taken place in closed session. As you're aware, or for those of you who were watching that meeting, we went into closed session to address some staffing issues. We did have some discussions around those staffing issues, but there were no official actions taken. So my apologies for failing to report that at the close of our previous meeting, and I wanted to be sure to share that information in this meeting. We've already talked about the potential evacuation. So with that, I'll move on to the executive director's report.
Good morning, commissioners, and Happy New Year. The first item I'd like to discuss is the budget. I provided the release letter for the commission to the Department of Finance for your outreach and provisional funding on January 5th. That is for the $2.3 million that will be for outreach and engagement. The document was accepted with some minor adjustments by the Department of Finance, mainly just more clarification on which provisions we were talking about, no changes in the actual emphasis of the document. In the document, I specified that the commission will be using the funds for both commission outreach and grants, and it was forwarded as written. That document was also, by the way, run through the Finance and Administrative Committee and through the chair and the vice chair. The next step for it will be having it forwarded to the Joint Legislative Budget Committee this week, and if there are no requests for information or revisions required, we should expect that funding by mid-February or possibly sooner. The Joint Legislative Budget Committee can make the funds available sooner, but right now it's a very hectic time, as we can all understand, for both the legislature and the governor's office. So we should be patient with that. However, I do not anticipate that the funding will in any way impact what we need to do and wish to do as far as outreach and engagement. The next budget item is the April letter, and that will be where we request an expansion if we determine it is necessary for our funds. We're putting together, the staff, busy putting together projections for the costs that will determine the amount of the expansion if necessary. And we will request that for the governor's May revision. I should say, if necessary, I still anticipate that we're going to need additional funding for both our outreach and engagement and for our operational expenses, particularly given how costly being in a virtual environment is for the commission. So I always preface it with if necessary, but I believe that we will have an expansion request. And then the final item in the budget is the release of the request for the $1.3 million for operational expenses. We won't need that money. The Department of Finance would like to see those funds requested approximately 30 days before we actually need them. I don't anticipate that we will need them in any way before mid-March or early April. What will trigger the request for those funds will be the encumbrances for our VRA council, VRA analysts, and particularly our videography and our line drawer. Once that happens, then we'll make that request and have it available for continued operations into the summer. So does anyone have any question about the budget? You're on mute, sir.
Commissioner Fornashari? No, I'm sorry. Any commissioners have any questions? Commissioner Sinai?
We still are getting a budget that's basically what has been expended versus the projections. When will we be getting line item projections?
So I have continued to send the projections forward to the Finance and Administrative Committee. It was on the full form that I gave them. We will have more projections as soon as we know better what the plan is for outreach and engagement, and also when we have a better idea of how we're going to finally handle our data management, which will, I think, significantly reduce the amount that I had originally estimated for that. The subcommittee on that's done a great job on putting together a different approach. But I hesitate to put out another projection until we have those numbers, particularly given that the first one became the subject of a Public Records Act request, and so I would rather have them be firmer numbers before we have to go through another Public Records Act request. It doesn't mean that we have to give the information up, but it just, I think, invites a little bit of anxiety if we're premature with that projection.
Thank you, Commissioner Claypool. Any additional questions, commissioners? Okay, Commissioner Claypool, you want to continue?
So the next item is very near and dear to everyone's heart here, the commission computers. They are in, they're being processed. The final action before we ship them to you will be putting Office 365 onto the machines, and I will get an update during this week on when that can be completed. And after that, the programs will be loaded and issued to each of you. We have 4 additional computers, and those will go out to mainly the staff who have a greater need for them besides the commission, and that's primarily your outreach staff. So any questions on the computers?
Commissioner Anderson?
Since you mentioned Office 360, does that mean we will no longer be working Gmail?
As I understand it, yes, you'll have, as I understand it, the option of both, that you have the capacity to work out of Outlook if you wish, and that you won't have to work in Gmail, but I'm really not the person to speak about that. What I will offer is that I can have Mr. Villanueva send out an email stating what the possibilities are, and for that he will have to work with Karina Leon, our IT person. I'm sorry that that's vague, but I'm not entirely certain how that's going to work. I just remember a conversation that the option would be there for both.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes, this is somewhat separate, but it had come to my attention that there were several staff members who have been hired who have had to operate without access to any Microsoft Office suite on their computers. I know you mentioned that there are 4 additional ones for staff. Will all staff now have access to these pretty essential programs?
So there have been some staff who have had to operate without it. Other staff, I just paid for it and then TEC'd it so that we could have temporary access to it, particularly those staff who had to have access to Excel, which was pretty critical. Yes, when this is finished, it's a blanket move to Office 365, and everyone who comes aboard will have it. But we want to make sure that those computers go out with it on them, so that we can move forward.
Okay, great. And I might just mention for the Lessons Learned Committee for future that these are the kinds of pieces that I think slow down staff. Even though we have staff on board, they don't have access to the key materials needed. That's a real problem, and so that's maybe something worth noting for future commissions.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Kutagawa?
I have a question, I guess maybe along the lines of what Commissioner Sadwani had asked. I understand that the email system, we're on Gmail, which I think a number, I don't know, most of us, maybe a number of us are used to using, but it was raised that these are not secure. So even though it's a CRC California or ca.gov email, I thought that they were kind of like secure because it's a ca.gov email, but apparently because it's on Gmail, it's not. So I'm just wondering, I don't know if everybody, I wasn't aware of it, and I don't know if everybody else is. And given that it's on Gmail, it may be less secure than we may have imagined it to be. And I'm just wondering, A, do we need to just be careful about what we do email? And then 2, what would be, or B, what would be the other alternative when there's sensitive information that does need to be shared? So I just wanted to raise that question too.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Kutagawa. What I'd like to do with that is, before we transition, anything that we have, we'll wait on this email from administration letting us know what the proposal is. We have Commissioner Fornashari, you're on our security commission, our subcommittee. So please work with staff to be a part of these issues that have been raised regarding a transition, where we are secure now and moving forward. And then you can bring that information back in a subcommittee report, if you would, please. Any other questions regarding the computers? Okay, Commissioner Hernandez.
Just something quick. We had talked about once we get the new computers, we turn our old ones in. Is there a way for me to keep my old computer, only because sometimes I do need 2 monitors, and because everybody's working from home, I'm running out of monitors at home. So just wondering if there's a way to just keep one for that use.
Okay. Can you explore that and what other options in terms of return and keep? And then when we come back with the subcommittee, they can let us know what this transition happens. Thank you for that, Commissioner Hernandez. Any other questions regarding the computers? Okay, there's going to be next step information forthcoming, commissioners, regarding the computers and the transition. We've taken to note your questions and concerns about that. Staff will make sure that those issues are addressed when the communication comes out. Thank you so much for raising it. Director Claypool, could you continue, please?
Yes, the next topic are RFPs and contracts. The final draft of the line drawer contract is complete. It's been reviewed by our chief counsel, and I anticipate that we will post it as soon as we have confirmation with our subcommittee that we're ready. And I'm certain that they're ready for us to do it, but we just wanted to make that last step, and then we will get that out. So we'll be checking with the subcommittee on that, and they can tell us yes, because it's approved and it's ready. So finally, hiring. We have 2 new employees that are being recommended today, the communications manager and the commission's budget officer. The job descriptions and the resumes have both been provided to the Finance and Administrative Subcommittee, and they will provide their recommendation to you. I believe both candidates personally are well qualified. We will not be disclosing the name of the budget officer, because that individual will then need to give his notice to the organization that he is with at this time. So I would like to just ask if the Finance and Administrative Subcommittee could provide their recommendation.
Yes, both Commissioner Fornashari and I, we both reviewed the review statement as well as the resumes, and we both recommend approval of these 2 hires.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for the Finance and Administrative Subcommittee regarding these 2 recommendations? Commissioner Sinai?
Just a line or 2 on what they're each going to be doing, what the responsibility is, just so we have more clarity on all the staff.
Certainly.
Director Claypool?
I will ask Mr. Seha to discuss the position on the communications manager. However, I will say that for the budget manager, this is the individual that's going to be keying all of your budget into the state system called Fiscal. And that will be pushing all of our letters forward, release letters, requests for additional funds. If we get into a deficit, a letter for a deficit request. The person that we're recommending is extraordinarily qualified for this position. It will just give us that measure of knowing exactly how the process is supposed to proceed as we move forward with each one of the things each one of the budget items that we will have to make sure that we're well funded. And then Director Seha?
Yes, thank you so much, Director Claypool. So the communications manager position was initially created to update the website, to create daily updates as well as agenda posting and document posting for our meetings, and being in charge of all social media channels. So I know we've talked a lot about the different types of platforms that we want for social media. So this person is going to be in charge of managing them daily and then creating a posting calendar weekly so that we know what we're going to post on a weekly basis.
Thank you, Director Seha. Other commissioners have questions regarding these two positions? Does someone on the Finance and Administration Subcommittee want to make a motion to approve these two positions? Commissioner Hernandez?
Yes, I move that we approve the communications manager as well as the budget director, officer, manager. I'm really not sure what the title was. It kept changing, but that we approve both.
Okay. Commissioner Fornashari, you're offering the second?
I'll second.
Okay. So with a motion and a second, we'll move to a vote.
Public comment?
Thank you, Marion. Jesse, could you please read the instructions and invite public comment on the approval of the two positions, the communications manager and the budget manager?
This is Christian. I'll take care of that for you, Chair.
Thank you,
Stand
Christian. Please note that it's specific to that item.
What was the item again?
It is the approval of the two positions, the communication manager and the budget manager.
You got it.
Thank you.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the Commission will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 918-3780-3898 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you've dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You will also hear an automatic message to press *9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you, and you will hear an automatic message that says, "The host would like you to talk. Press *6 to speak." Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you're waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking public comment on the motion to hire at this time.
So as we know, there's a little bit of a lag between the live feed and real time. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, just to clarify, the title for the budget person is budget officer.
Thank you. So we'll give it a minute or two to see if we have public comment.
And Chair, we have no one in queue at this time. If anybody does pop in the queue, Jesse will let you know.
Okay, thank you. Wait till 10:14 and move on. Okay, it's 10:14, so let's move forward with the vote.
Commissioner Savlani,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinai,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo,
Yes.
Commissioner Turner,
We didn't hear you, Commissioner Turner.
Yes.
yes,
Thank you.
Commissioner Vasquez,
Yes.
she's there. Commissioner Yee,
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmed,
Abstain.
Commissioner Akutagawa,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Abstain.
Commissioner Lemons,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you, Wanda. Director Claypool, does that conclude your Executive Director's report?
That is my conclusion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. At this time, we'd like to move to agenda item number 6, Deputy Executive Director report. Director Hernandez.
Good morning, Commissioners, and Happy New Year.
Morning.
Thank you for this opportunity to share this information. I've been working with the subcommittee, Outreach and Engagement, to gather information, and I also wanted to thank all of you as well because you are continuously sharing additional information and new links and information that you've come across, so I really appreciate that. I also wanted to take the opportunity to thank the various organizations that are listening in that have provided a wealth of information as well, so thank you all for that. So I wanted to put this strategic plan into context. This is kind of our roadmap that we're proposing for the commission to get out and do some of this outreach. And I wanted to make sure that we had some general information about our goal and where we're going and where we want to end up. Obviously, this is not the full roadmap. This is only a part of it because the input and also which is the line drawer portion of it and also the map drawing. There's some elements of outreach included in those as well that I'm not going to get into today, but our ultimate goal is to get to that point of having that final map. So this is going to be a document that may change as circumstances change. There may be some pivot points that we have depending on a number of different issues that may come up. But this kind of gives us a guide on where we're going for the initial phase of it. One of the things I wanted to make sure is that we have a clear vision and mission for the commission that is consistent. One of the exercises that we had in the December 14th meeting was, the vision of the different commissioners on what outreach is. And though it was very consistent, there were some minor differences. And so I think as a commission, we just need to nail down that message, the vision, and the vision that the commission as a whole will have. So I've taken a stab at trying to come up with a mission and a vision. Obviously, we have the purpose, and I think we're clear on that, and that's the commission conduct the open and transparent process enabling full public consideration of the comment and comment on the drawing of district lines and so forth. So that is specific. But the mission is really, and I tried to put it in simple terms. I didn't try to get into very technical information, but to conduct an open and transparent process that enables public input on drawing of district lines in accordance with the law with integrity and fairness. Now, this is up for discussion if the commission feels that we need to add to it, modify it, likewise with the vision statement. But the reason it's in there is because I want to make sure we have that clear message from the commission and direction. This is kind of the beginning of our process. If we can agree to this language, then we have one message that's clear when we're out doing the outreach in our products that we're working on, the materials for outreach. It will have that same message. So that's really why I wanted to make sure that we nail that down if we could. and at least have discussion about that. The next part, section 2, is about goals. And so the subcommittee has worked diligently to provide a wealth of information, and I've taken some liberties with the goals to expand on them as much as I could, maybe clarify, but this is not to say that these are the final goals. These are, again, up for discussion. I want to make sure that we're clear on that. So goal number 1, the activation rate of 1 for every 1,000 of an area to be a neighborhood, city, county, or region. Then we go on to the goal number 2, to ensure Californians' engagement in representative of the area, their area. And then we go into the different considerations that we've discussed over the last couple of months that I've heard. Then goal number 3, the accessibility. How does that look? And so we've added that information from the conversations that have been had. And so that's there for us to look at and consider. Are there any questions so far on those 2 sections? I don't want to get too far ahead. Yes, Commissioner Sinai.
I just wanted to clarify, the goals have been discussed in the past and approved, and we moved forward on them.
Okay, I wasn't 100% clear on that they have been approved, but I tried to incorporate them into this document as much as I could and trying to clarify them as well. I think the way I had them wasn't 100% clear, so we may need to work on that language to make it more clear for anyone who takes a look at it, because this may be a standalone document.
I have a question for Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Sinai, do you know if the goals that are presented here today reflect your recollection of the goals that were approved previously?
I believe they do now. The idea of the 3 goals, just to remind us all, was that the first goal was just to put a number, but not to focus too much on goal 1. That are where we really want to focus our attention is on goal 2 and 3, which is the inclusion and reaching out to as many people as possible. Goal number 1, just to clarify, it really is the activation rate. So how people have engaged and submitted actual maps and comments and stuff. It's not the outreach goal, which is how many people we touch with everything we do.
Thank you. I'd also like to have staff go back and pull what was approved in terms of goals and forward that to Director Hernandez, just so that he can make sure that he has that, particularly if we've already voted on it and established something, so that he can integrate that. And then if we need to amend or augment, we can do that. Commissioner Fornashari?
I just want to check in on process here. Are you wanting real-time feedback at this point, or are you just kind of reviewing what you put together and then want us to go stew on it and provide written feedback, or what's the process you'd like to see happen here?
It's not a complete document just yet. I don't feel that we can take any action on it, but I would like to stew on it until the next meeting to then consider taking action at that point.
So in terms of Director Hernandez, in terms of how we are to respond to what's being presented today, can you give us a little bit of direction on what you're looking for from commissioners as you present today? Understanding that we won't be taking action on it in the context of finalization, but what do you really want us to contribute to?
I would like to have any points that need clarification. If there's something that's not clear, I'd like to get some feedback on that so that I can make sure that it is clear. Obviously, this one that we just discussed about the approved document, the goals, that's something I'm going to go back and make sure I have and reference them here and when it was done. So those kind of things, making sure that I'm not missing something. Obviously, I've tried to take as much information that I could that I've received over the last 4 weeks and into this one document. And I'm hoping I didn't miss anything. So that's really what I'm looking for, to make sure that it's clear, that I haven't missed anything. And if there are any questions, I'd like to go ahead and address those as well.
Awesome. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. I just wanted to say that, yes, I'm glad you will have the information clarified as far as what was approved, but I wanted to just note that I really appreciate the wording, the verbiage that you have here for the purpose, mission statement, and vision statement. I find it most helpful. So I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, to me, the mission statement and vision statement are very helpful, but I would flip them. The vision statement to me is the what, and the mission statement is the how. And I usually I'm accustomed to seeing how in the vision statement rather than the mission statement.
I agree.
I see some yes affirmatives. I see some no, don't you dare. So, Commissioner Sinai.
Yeah, I agree.
So in my strategic planning work, we usually say that the vision is something you're striving for, you may not accomplish. It's where if everything ideal could happen, that's what you would see. And your mission is what's the piece of that bigger picture that is your responsibility as an organization. So the why is kind of the vision, and the mission is the organization's mission on how you're going to get there.
That's the same.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
I just want to affirm what Commissioner Sinai just said. That's my understanding of it. I also would like to ask if it's possible, because I'm also conscious about some of the comments, I don't know if this is something that Director Claypool, that you would be able to do, but when you locate the goals document, if you're able to, I don't know if it's something that we can refer to when it was posted for the public to see, because while you may be sharing it with Commissioner Hernandez, there may be members of the public who may be wondering, what is this goals document? Because to be honest, I have the same question too, and I would like to be able to know when I should go back and look at which document and when it was. So wanted to just put that out there.
So let me clarify what my direction was. Commissioner Sinai raised that we voted on, and so we have records. This has come up in a couple other issues previously. We don't necessarily, each of us, keep track personally of all the decisions that we make. But if we voted on something, then we've already had public feedback and all of that on it. So the reason I asked that that document be pulled up is that Director Hernandez will include any references, as he mentioned, to it. And so that will all be there. We'll bring it forward comprehensively. I would prefer that that document not get reintroduced at this point independently. It's a very specific purpose that is being asked for. If you just want it for your point of reference, Commissioner Kutagawa, just please reach out to staff and ask for a copy of it independently.
Okay.
And any other commissioner that's interested in it in that way. Commissioner Sinai.
I just wanted to clarify one point. The plan, the map that we had originally created had been presented once. We went through some of the things, and the dates are all on there. And then it was presented again, and then we could receive more public comments. So it's in different colors of public comments and the dates that those comments were made. So it had been a moving document, but it does talk about when things were approved and when things were moved forward.
Okay.
So I'll send it to staff so we're clear, because it's been presented, it's been posted different times, and I don't think people realize that an updated version was posted, and sometimes it was posted when we weren't talking about it, so it was kind of confusing. Yeah. So I will send the one that's in our Google Docs and stuff that has the most information.
Thank you.
Okay, and then Director Seha, when you give your report a little bit later, if you could touch on how documents are going to be archived, displayed, etc. That'll be helpful for people knowing how to retrieve information. So we're not spending time in session, pulling up and reviewing documents that we've already addressed. Okay, thank you so much. I saw another hand. Re-put it up, please, because I forgot who it was. No? Okay. Director Hernandez, please continue.
Thank you. In my research for the mission and vision, they flip-flopped throughout. So there wasn't any consistency in my research that I found, but I would prefer to have it in this manner. If we wanted to put the vision first and then the mission statement, I'm comfortable doing that. So let me know how you wish to see that moving forward.
Commissioners, is there any real objection to it staying laid out the way that it is laid out right now? If you have a strong objection to that, would you make yourself known? Seeing none, please continue, Director Hernandez.
Thank you. So moving on to page 3, obviously we've talked about the goals. So the section 3 is the outreach and engagement and activation strategies. And I think this is where a lot of the information that's come from the various organizations is included in here. One of the main things that I think I wanted to point out is that this commission is creating an infrastructure for the first time for education and outreach. And so this is a very important element that the previous commission did not have. And so in creating it, the commission is really looking at making sure we have the infrastructure to get the information out, to be responsive to the various organizations in the various different locations that we will be doing outreach to. So that's just the gist of the infrastructure. Then the strategy number 2 is the messaging and marketing. And this, been working closely with Director Ceja in making sure that we have the same messaging. And that's why it's important that the vision and the mission statement are clear so that we do have the same messaging across the board, regardless of where we're presenting, where you are presenting, I should say, the message is the same. And so that marketing of information will be consistent throughout when we do any print, which is something that we're going to discuss a little bit further. The print material, video, social media, and all the different variations thereof of our outreach. Strategy number 3 is actually identifying the creation of the outreach zones, which I believe will be coming up later in this meeting to discuss or actually vote on. And the use of those is what I preface a lot of our work moving forward is based on those outreach zones. All the different activities that we'll be involved in will be based on identifying and working within those zones moving forward. We're actually talking about creating, having additional staff to help the commissioners in this effort as we start moving forward and looking at our plan. We need to have some folks that are going to be reaching out to the different organizations to set up the actual meeting times, the technical aspects of it. Once we do pivot to in-person, they'll be more involved as well in that effort. And then finally, going into the strategy number 4, that's the activation. That's actually getting out there, getting that input that we so much desire, and some of the different methods that we're going to use to get that input, whether it's public comment at meetings, email, the COI tool, and there's going to be much more discussion on that as well. And then also having that dedicated phone line that Commissioner Claypool, I'm not Commissioner, but Director Claypool just shared the number 2. So those are the 4 strategies. Are there any questions or concerns in regards to those strategies, Commissioner Fernandez?
I don't have concerns, but I'll probably just reach out to you separately. There's a couple questions I had, but I just, did we ever, maybe I completely missed it, but I should know since I'm in the what is it, finance and whatever subcommittee. Did we ever get a copy of what the communications outreach area staffing will look like or be, or what your vision is? Because I mean, we have approved a few positions, and then in here you mentioned 3 more positions in terms of regionally. So I think for me, it'd be helpful if I kind of saw the big picture for that area. But thank you so much. I really appreciate all the effort that you put into this, you and your area. So thank you. It does kind of bring things into focus for me.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. I'm wondering if it's not now, just let me know when this will be done, but I'm looking at strategy number 3. It's come up in my mind a couple of times, but again, there under the making the recommendations and supporting local outreach partners and their efforts or reaching out. I'm wondering if we at any point will name what the deliverables are, what the efforts are. When do we know that, or are we just making contact with people and saying, go do something? And so I guess I'm looking for that in our expectation of individuals as we're reaching out to them, that we're providing some sort of a model or expectation of what we're wanting them to do instead of being generalized on every front.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Director Hernandez.
Yes. So to answer Commissioner Fernandez's question, on page 7, I have a proposed structure for that outreach that you asked about. So we can talk about that in a little bit. In regards to Commissioner Turner, I think that's a very good point. We should outline further what we would be asking of our partners when we're out doing outreach. One of the things that Director Seha will be talking about are some talking points that the commission will be using as they move forward. There's a PowerPoint which creates that structure for what the commission will be doing, what they will be talking about. And so that is one part of it, but I do think I need to identify more specifically what we're asking of our partners when we're out there. We are going to be creating a speaker request form for the commissioners to share with our partners that will ask very specific questions. That may be a document that will add some specificity to as to what we'd ask them to do or what they can do as well. Some may be able to be more resourceful and provide more outreach. Some may not. So we'll have to address that individually or as it comes up. So hopefully I've answered your question there.
It does answer the question. And I just want to offer one other piece of information. If we lack the clarity on what we're asking people to do or what they have determined that they will do, we may move forward thinking we're having greater coverage than we actually are having, just based on a difference of opinion or varied approach.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Director Hernandez. I had seen that org chart that you had, but I guess I was more interested in everything under like your purview, which would include Betty and whatever other positions. So I'm sorry, I wasn't more specific in what I was asking, but thank you. No, I did see the other org chart that you have in there.
I believe we'll be putting together, once we've gotten some additional positions that were approved today, we will be putting together more of an org chart. I believe Director Claypool and I have discussed that to have it at a future meeting to be determined. I don't know exactly when, but to see the big picture. I too want to see that big picture. Okay. Okay, I'll go ahead and proceed here. You'll see on page 4, I talk about the different methods that we're going to use for our outreach. The educational presentations or meetings that we're going to have, they can range from 15-minute brief presentation to up to an hour, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, what that includes, and that falls in line with what Director Seha will be talking about in his presentation. The talking points that we've mentioned will be essential in that. And really, it's when we go out there, we want to make sure we're sharing information on how individuals can be involved in the process. And so we'll talk more about that. There's in person, once we do pivot to the live presentations, this is what they'll be, the face-to-face. There's a lot of elements that we'll have to evaluate and determine based on whatever COVID restrictions we may have. So this is general information. Another vehicle that we're going to use is the website. And Freddie will talk about that shortly. We have social media. Freddie will talk about that as well. But that takes on a number of different platforms that are available. And there may be new ones that we will take advantage of as well. But it includes Twitter, Facebook, YouTube to host our videos, and others. We can talk about that more later on. E-Blast, where we're sending out e-notices to different partners so that they can send them out. We talk about a newsletter, having something, whether it's on our website, where we can then send it out to individuals. They can subscribe, or we'll have to figure that piece out. A phone and text, we're going to have that phone line that was mentioned earlier, and then possibly use text to send out notifications. Go check out our website, something to that effect. We're also going to continue to use our traditional media, which includes newspapers, radio, television, in both the English market and non-English markets. And then, as I mentioned, we'll have the videos and the collateral materials, which would be the print materials that we're talking about. There will be soft copies and hard copies as well. And then working with our outreach partners, our different stakeholders, and I listed them there for you to reference if necessary. That's not all of them, but it's a starting list. If there's any others that need to be added on there, feel free to just send me that email. I'll add them to that list. Any questions? Okay, I'll proceed. So this goes back to the question that Commissioner Hernandez asked in regards to our structure. And really what I'm proposing is to use the outreach zones that we've discussed and having outreach coordinator that would work with field staff that are located in the north, the central, and the south. And they would be responsible for specific outreach zones. I've listed them there. To provide that support that I mentioned to the commissioners, to do the outreach, follow up on leads, making sure that the commissioners are able to use them to get information out or collect information from the different organizations. So that's really the extent of the organizational structure for now. Obviously, we have to be flexible and agile as we move forward, given the circumstances. They can change. And so this is just a proposed plan for our outreach activities. So I'll open it up to questions if anyone has any.
Commissioner Sinai.
On the outreach and engagement, just doing the sessions in communities, we've talked about that it may be the outreach zone person, but that the group may feel more comfortable because of language, ethnicity, or just the type of group it is, having another commissioner. That we will do the best we can to match what the group, the person that sounds and looks and feels the closest to the group, so that the group can see themselves. So I just wanted to make sure, I just wanted to check if everybody felt okay with that.
Anyone not okay with that? Okay. Director Hernandez, continue. Any other questions? Commissioner Kutagawa.
Just for clarification, I just thought of this. So Commissioner Sinai, were you thinking that you and Commissioner Vasquez would do the majority of the presentation? Okay, yeah.
What she was not suggesting, but what we've discussed is that there may be groups that, like, there are different members of this commission who have different language skills, come from different communities, that may be the better presenter for a particular community. And so while it may be outside of the zone that we're personally responsible for as a commission, we may be invited, or we would be invited, to present to some of those communities. That's what she's saying. Go ahead, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Okay, then just in follow-up then on that, I know that as I was looking through, some of the previous presentations as Commissioner Fernandez and I were preparing for our language access report, there were a number of suggestions that some of the presentations about redistricting could be made by, different members from within the community, not necessarily on the commission, and that perhaps there may be some training opportunities for the commission to prepare trusted messengers from within communities to do the presentations on our behalf. And so I just wanted to, one, put that out there, and then secondly, I wasn't sure if that was part of your intent in terms of some of the presentations and outreach.
Director Seha?
Yes, I also wanted to mention our idea. We're on the verge of hiring a videographer to create videos for social media mostly, but the main one that we care about right now, first and foremost, is this presentation video that we will be able to send out to different organizations around the state without us physically being there. So in the case that no commissioner is available, or in the case like Los Angeles that has 87 neighborhood councils, we can just blast out our educational video and have them play it at their meeting without us physically being there.
And it sounds like, Director Seha, what Commissioner Kutagawa is suggesting is that there are community members that might like to be spokespeople if we've written the script, et cetera, and they could be the key figure in the video potentially. So when we come to your communication report later, you can let us know where that fits in, if at all, and how that might get incorporated. Other commissioners have questions or comments? Commissioner Anderson.
First of all, it's really detailed and it really does help. This entire package I think as Commissioner Fernandez said, bring it together. One thing I'm a little concerned about is the idea that when we are able to go then out in the field, person to person, what is the contingency that is never happens? Something that with the many things that are going on, that something could go horribly wrong, and there will be no in-person meetings. And do you have the contingency plan for that in here?
As it stands right now, the plan is all virtual. The contingency is when it does open up that we pivot to in-person presentations. But until that happens, everything is going to be virtual, and that's essentially what this plan is, to do virtual up until that point where we can do in-person type events. Okay, let me go ahead and proceed unless there's any other questions.
Commissioner Vasquez, I'm sorry,
Sure.
Director Hernandez. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I just wanted to add some additional commentary on to answer Commissioner Anderson's question. I think the proposed staffing structure of field staff is still very wise, even if we don't go to any in-person meetings, if we remain virtual for this entire process. It's just really important. I think having a physical point person, a set of physical point people across the state, is extremely helpful for establishing and managing relationships. And ideally, the hires of those folks will be local from the community, again, so we can have as many navigators of communities and facilitators of messages between the commission and sort of the trusted messengers is really, really important. So just wanted to add that the field staff, I think, is a key component of this proposal.
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. I'm just, so wait, the field staff is not people in our Sacramento office who are then going these places? Field staff would actually be people from those areas. Oh, I'm sorry. I was not clear on that at all. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Other comments before Commissioner Fernandez?
And I apologize if you already mentioned this. You know, I'm looking at your schedule, proposed outreach schedule. So responsibility-wise, am I responsible to go to my zone and try to set these up? I guess that's the part I understand, because obviously we don't have the regional staff yet to do that. So I just want to, because apparently I'm up on February 1st, which is right around the corner. So I'm just trying to
So I think we have some flexibility in that. I know that many of the commissioners have already been in touch with a number of different groups. And so not to limit that, but the field staff, once they are in place, they would be an extension of that. And if, let's say, there were any gaps, they can fill in the gaps or work to fill in those gaps that are there. But not to limit the outreach that the commissioners have already done.
Commissioner Sinai?
I also wanted to clarify a little bit more of the roles. I think what's going to be really critical is for staff really to take as much of the administrative burden of setting up these meetings and getting all the details and everything together, so then the commissioner can step in and do it. Because as we've talked about before, a lot of us have a lot going on in addition to the commission, and staff is hired really to support and move us forward. And so that part's going to be really critical, that basically we get a system in place where when the date comes up, each commissioner feels absolutely ready and comfortable and knows what they're doing and has a staff person who's with them in case there's a technology issue or anything else to do that fixing, the problem solving, and not leaving it just to the commissioners. And I'm not sure who that is right now, because I do have a presentation next week and it was all put kind of on me to manage that piece. So I just want to make sure that in the future, we're really thinking about how we're supporting the commissioners all the way through the process.
Director Hernandez, you want to continue?
Yes, thank you.
We have about 9 minutes before we'll be taking our break at 11 o'clock.
Very well. The next, I talk about the different phases, the production phase, which is what we are in now, creating the talking points, creating some of the infrastructure that we're going to need, so that then the commissioners can go out and be the face of the commission and talk to the folks. So I kind of laid out what it is that we're going to be doing, or we are doing, in the process of doing. Some of the things will be ongoing, such as social media and traditional media, the little efforts that we will have throughout the process. Director Ceja can talk about those as we move forward. The educational outreach, those are going to be the presentations that I'm going to propose, where we're out talking about basically Redistricting 101. And we're going to use the outreach zones that have been discussed that are going to be voted on. If that changes, then we'll have to adapt to that change. The third phase is the public meetings, public input, and that I didn't really get into, but that's where we're going to talk about our outreach and working with our partners, possibly the grants process. So all of that is the third phase of our outreach plan. And then finally, what are some of the activities that we're going to be doing? The educational presentation, essentially it's going to be 15 minutes to an hour, depending on what availability there is to participate in already programmed meetings with the organizations, or if they're standalone meetings. And so it can be easily adapted to that. It's going to be a welcoming by the host organization, slide of the commissioners so that they know who they are, the cities that they represent, the introduction of the assigned commissioners or the commissioners who are going to be presenting, the video, if we have it available, share the video for them to watch about the Redistricting 101, open it up to Q&A, and then closing. Again, it's flexible, can go anywhere between 15 minutes to an hour, but no longer than an hour is the plan. We're working on talking points. We're working on PowerPoint. We're working on a video to have available for the commissioners to use. That's something that the field staff can send out ahead of time so that the organizations have that information or can share that information. And then on the following page, page 9, I've outlined a plan on the outreach for the different commissioners based on the zone. So for 8 weeks, we would have commissioners out in about a total of 56 different presentations up to an hour long, like I said, and rotating the different zones for that period of time so that we can, as much as possible, equitably touch each of the zones equitably. And then finally, we have the grants framework, which we are working on developing that grant framework. I don't have any details because we are still working on that piece of it, but that's an extension of the outreach plan as well.
Questions, comments, commissioners, on what's been shared so far? Commissioner Turner?
Yes, go back to the chart that you have, and I did not look at this ahead of time, so I'm looking at it now. Walk me through, what are you saying here?
So the chart is essentially that week, the commissioners in Zone 1 would be doing a presentation, Zone 11, and so forth. All those different zones, commissioners in those zones would be doing a presentation. Now, they can be at the same time, they can be on different days. Within that week, the commissioners will be doing a presentation and so forth. This is a very robust plan. It will depend on availability, obviously, of the commissioners. All of these presentations would be in the evening, and so it rotates as per week. So you're not, yes.
That's what I'm trying to find out. So I see the different dates, the different February 1st through the 5th, 8th through the 4th, and I can see kind of a rotation of zones, and then all of it is educational, presentation, virtual. All of that column is the exact same. So the intent of this chart is to just say that every week there's going to be, I guess I don't understand the purpose of the chart.
So every week there will be 8 presentations, and these are the zones where the presentations will take place for that week. And I did this chart so that, again, it's as much as equitable as possible. So we didn't limit one zone versus the other or do too much outreach in one particular zone.
You pondering, Commissioner Turner?
I'll wait and see what it shakes out. It does nothing for me, and I don't understand it still, unfortunately. And so,
okay. No worries. Commissioner Sinai, then Akutagawa.
We've kind of gone back and forth on some of this, and I'm kind of hearing what you're saying, Commissioner Turner, that well, okay, sorry, I'm putting words in your mouth, but you struck a thought in my mind that it may be better to say within these zones, this is our goal for how many presentations to do in those zones. And because I don't see these all as being in the evening, but where success has come in my past has been when you find meetings that already exist and you're joining their agenda. So if the Rotary Club is looking for a speaker or the League of Women Voters, you kind of join their agenda. So it may be in the daytime, it may be at the nighttime, it might be on the weekend. But if we try to create our own sessions, it's going to be a lot more work than if we're joining others, already in existence. So there needs to be some flexibility in that part. And it may be better to give us a goal, each of us, each zone or each commissioner. Can each commissioner go out into your network and reach out to at least 5 different groups and come back, or something along those lines that's more tangible for us to take, because we don't know when the league is meeting or the Rotary is meeting to be able to say we're going to fit it into this framework.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, so I want to just build on that. I know that looking at that chart, it looks like it's a Monday through Friday, and if everything's in the evening, I think that, you know, it's obviously going to limit it to people who have time on the evenings on a Monday through Friday. So I think it's also important that we do look at the whole entire week from a Sunday to a Sunday or a Monday to a Monday as basically fair game. We may also want to, as Commissioner Sinai had also said, I think we'll need to be flexible in terms of, you know, do we make like a morning breakfast presentation to like a mid-afternoon lunch presentation to the evening, you know, whether it's right at 5 o'clock or maybe it's at like 7 or 7:30 when, you know, people have eaten dinner and they're available. I think we just need to be flexible about, you know, when we might be able to have these meetings. And as I understand the intent is to ensure that every zone is going to have some assurance of an equitable number of presentations. But again, I think with what Commissioner Sinai was saying, I mean, you know, some things will have control, and other things I think for us as commissioners, what I'm taking away from this is, you know, it gives us kind of like some target weeks that we should try that if a meeting's already being scheduled, we try to schedule it, or if we're just doing our outreach to our contacts in those zones saying, hey, can we try to schedule it within this time frame, so that I think it just makes it a little bit more easier for the staff to ensure that not only will it be kept track of, but that it ensures that each zone is going to, you know, have an equitable number of presentations given to various organizations and other stakeholders in each of those zone communities. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. It's 11 o'clock. Well, now it's 11:01, so I'd like to take a break. We'll come back at 11:16. So commissioners, ponder over the break things that stood out for you in the presentation and come back after break with your questions, at which point we'll then go to public comment and hear from the public on their initial reaction to the outreach outline. Thank you so much. See you at 11:16. Thank you. Welcome back from break. We were discussing the preliminary strategic outreach plan with Director Hernandez. So I wanted to pick up the questions and comments from commissioners. I don't know if Commissioner Turner, are you back? We'll come back to Commissioner Turner. Are there other commissioners that have some feedback, questions that they'd like to raise? Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Yee, you'll be next.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, as the way I see this, and this is a little bit for Commissioner Turner's information, is just it might help, and also that way I can be corrected. Is basically
Commissioner Anderson, you realize Commissioner Turner's not here. You want to wait till she gets back to, if it's for her benefit? Why don't we go to Commissioner Yee and then I'll come back to you. Thank you. Commissioner Yee.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Hernandez, Deputy Director Hernandez. So good to have you leading this effort. So I'm wondering about, you know, right now commissioners are assigned to the various zones to make contacts, do outreach. It's a little unclear to me what we should actually be doing right now. You know, we're making these contacts a little bit randomly, picking up on folks who worked on the census and so forth. But what would be, you know, what should we be doing right now? Should we be actually waiting till this plan gels a bit more to make further contacts, or what would you want us to be doing now?
Yes, Director Hernandez.
So
you're on mute.
Thank you.
Oh no, you're not.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. So I think we would want you to continue to reach out to different organizations, or if they're reaching out to you, that you let us know. We are creating more of a database where we're collecting the information, such as the contacts and so forth, so that we can track that information. We're also working on a document to have the organizations fill out that has information on that. So as we move forward, we really want to get out there. So I don't want to say hold off and wait until this plan is, completely finalized, because I don't know if that will happen. It's a living document that's going to change. Obviously, as we're discussing it, it's changing. So I would just say continue reaching out as we get more of the pieces in place. We'll be able to start scheduling activities, meetings, to share the website, to share our PowerPoint, any videos that we have. So that way, when we are off and running, we're not starting. Because the plan really is to leverage all our activities, all our preparation this month to start those conversations in February. Because, time is very limited, and we get to a point where we have to start the next phase. And so we want to get as much in that time frame as we can. And just to hopefully answer some questions, this is not set in stone. By no means is this the required document or required number of events that need to be done by any of the commissioners. It will depend on availability. It will depend on how many can be done within the right timeframes that we have. And there is some flexibility. I did open it to be from Monday through Saturday. But if something should come up on the weekend, obviously it will be up to the commissioners. If they're available, we can go ahead and pursue those that are not on the same trajectory as this chart has.
For that, Commissioner Hernandez. To just follow up on his comments, the efforts that we're doing right now in our zones is fact-finding, relationship building, identifying strategies that have been used by the census teams, et cetera, to bring back. So for those who are doing that, please continue to do that. It will help inform how we connect with organizations, et cetera, when we start to implement our official outreach, which is going to be more structured and very specific in terms of what it is that we're doing, as has been alluded to and laid out in this plan. So I think the doubling up on those efforts, even to reaching as many people as the outreach subcommittee had put before us in terms of making those connections, and then anyone that those connections turn us on to, it's really our fact finding and relationship building piece of this expedition. We're not really so much reporting out at this point or sharing specific commission information at this point. We're fact finding and gathering. So please continue to do that. Commissioner Anderson,
Yes, thank you. As I see this, basically it's a layout. It's a layout of essentially 5 touches of each group. So it's kind of to ensure that we have everything kind of moving forward, realizing that it depends on who and when and how. But I also, the idea I want to spring up that as of March 1st, if all goes correctly, we should have a line drawer on board. And I want to make sure that all, and particularly staff, understand that we're not waiting. The COI tool, once it's operational, we will be pushing that immediately, and that we will not be waiting to use that until census data gets there. We would like to get as many of our communities of interest mapped out before the census data ever gets there. And now obviously we know that once the census data gets there, some groups will have to change because they're based on where the people actually are. But we really want to get the bulk of it done beforehand. So those last 2 touches, as I see it, we want to really be, we can even have the line drawer at some of these meetings. Say we're getting your communities of interest. So I just want to
Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Turner, then Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, and by no means to push back against it, just want to make sure that I have clarity in, again, the chart for something that was just said. So my takeaway from it is that over the 7-week period, there are 5 opportunities for me in a Region 4, for example, to host meetings. And I wanted to know, is this chart for my benefit, or does it some kind of way need to be charted that helps on the other side? Because when you then said this is for, you've expanded it from Monday to Friday evenings to Saturday also, it makes me think, if I'm working in a Region 4 and if there needed to be a meeting on a Sunday, if I chose to have it with all of the support that you've provided, videos, etc., I would go ahead and schedule it. So it makes me wonder, in wanting to specifically name time periods, is it something from the other side that we're trying to spread these out to chart? This is what I meant by the intent of the chart. Is it directing me, or is it providing enough bandwidth for your team or for someone on a different side to be able to meet these dates?
I would say it's both. It's to give you kind of a plan for you to know that you want to reach out to that zone 5 times, 5 touches, but also for us so that we can track the information, provide the support. You know, we're very limited right now on staffing, but hopefully when we have the field staff on board, that will be that additional support that they can provide you that information. And we're still in the production phase, so the videos, the PowerPoint, some of those tools are not quite ready, but those are the tools that we would share with you to then share with the groups that you're meeting with. So this is twofold. It helps you. The intent is for it to help you, as well as to help us make sure we're tracking the information.
Commissioner Kennedy, then Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you, Chair. I would respectfully disagree with Commissioner Anderson. I've been saying consistently that we need to do some initial education first, or initial outreach first, just because the communities of interest tool is available to us. I don't think we want to be running out and promoting that before we've done what we need to do first, which is introduce people to the commission and what redistricting is. So I would suggest that we not assume that we're going to be immediately launching into promoting the communities of interest tool just because it's available. Thank you.
Commissioner Sinai, would you be okay with Commissioner Anderson responding to that? Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. No, it is not my intent to say the education must come first, but I'm hoping that the first several touches are that education and the next ones are moving it forward. You're absolutely right. Our education comes first. You know, we want them to be interested, engaged, understand. But what I don't want is we aren't holding back, waiting until the census data gets there to start drawing any of this. That was
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you, Chair. I'm hearing a little bit of confusion, so I want to make sure that we get some clarity. The chart, as I understood it, was really for the redistricting basics course, and we had talked about not calling it 101 anymore, but really looking at calling it California Redistricting Basics. We had talked about 5 phases. So there's the redistricting basics, which is the public education piece, the community of input sessions, which is separate and is after the community redistricting basics, and the community interest input sessions is where we'll be using the COI tool and other tools, and also inviting community to input through the website and other ways that they might be sharing their information. And then once we have the COI, we have the communities of interest as well as we have the data, we would have the envisioning the districts where we start putting the pieces together and we're sharing it out to the community. Ideally, we would have the line drawers at the community of interest, the community input sessions, as well as and moving forward. But this is really redistricting basics. And so staff and videographers and all that, that's not on us. Again, we're hoping to find groups that already have an audience. We're not trying to create an audience for public education, but we're looking for groups who already have an audience, and they will do the outreach for us and all that, so that people come to these groups. Ideally, some of these will be statewide associations, and others who may be interested in hosting additional sessions. So it may be an association of all the chambers of commerce, and then different chambers of commerce will contact us. But I think I was starting to hear us confuse the redistricting basics with the community of input session. We host the community interest input sessions and have to do a lot of those pieces. But this is really a Zoom call that someone else has set up and we're part of.
I'd just like to add that my understanding is in line with Commissioner Sinai's understanding, and I was starting to hear some of that same overlap and potential confusion as well. And that chart, the chart identified in this particular document, is specific to the basics piece, not the other phases or pieces at all. I don't know if that is accurate, but at least that was my understanding. Commissioner Sadwani? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. I think in a little while, Commissioner Fernandez and Mr. Ceja and I will be presenting the PowerPoint presentation that Mr. Ceja has developed, and we've helped provide input on. I think our thought there, and my sense is that is the document, that is the PowerPoint that would be used in this in these redistricting basics workshops. Our understanding is if the COI tool is ready, which it should be, that in those presentations we will be presenting the COI tool, perhaps giving some information about what it is and what we're looking for, so that these basics workshops will, yes, absolutely be focused on what is redistricting, why is it important, but also ending with, this is how you can get involved, this is the COI tool, that's what our next step will be, and prepping people with how to use that COI tool. So that, as soon as we're done with that presentation, if folks want to go and do a COI tool map and send it to us, that'll be okay, and we'll be ready to receive it. So I hope that provides a little bit of clarity.
Thanks for that, Commissioner Sadwani. That's absolutely the understanding. And I think that's what's reflected actually in the document. And when we look at that section in the document, in the description box, it says pretty much that. So, any other comments? Commissioner Fernandez, I see you. Any other I'm going to come to you. I want to get a quick list. Okay, we'll take more comments, and then I want to go to public comment. So, Commissioner Fernandez.
Just quickly, and this is for probably Director Hernandez and maybe Director Ceja. In terms of the staff support for these redistricting basic meetings, in terms of the actual meeting itself, there won't be a staff person there, correct? It would just be the one or two commissioners with, making this presentation to the community, correct?
That is correct. That's the intent, is to the commissioners attend a meeting, a pre-existing meeting, the 15 minutes to an hour. They do the presentation on the Redistricting 101, answer questions, and that's it. So there's no need really to have the staff there.
Okay, no, and the reason I'm asking, because that actually makes it easier, because there's less people to have to coordinate, or if there's any overlap. So thank you for that.
The comms team might jump in here and there to snap pictures and take a few videos for social media. So we'll be there intermittently from one meeting to another.
Other comments, commissioners, before we go to public comment? And of course, we can continue this dialogue. I think the public chimed in this morning to let us know that they have some thoughts and ideas as it relates to this section. So I'll go to Commissioner Vasquez, and then after that, we'll go to public comment, and then we'll continue the discussion after public comment, because I'm sure they'll have things that will trigger additional discussion as well. Commissioner Vasquez?
Understanding the extraordinary limitations of staff time, I personally would like staff availability for presentations if possible, just because there may be questions items for follow-up that are maybe more administrative or appropriate for other staff. Again, don't want it to become a burden where staff is spending more time, staffing presentations with commissioners as compared to doing other necessary work. But just my personal preference is, if available, would appreciate some staff support.
Thank you. Jesse, could we please read the instructions and invite public comment for the preliminary strategic outreach plan, please?
Yes, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 918-3780-3898 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You'll also hear an automatic message to press star 9. Please do this to raise your hand indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you'll hear an automated message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are located on the website. The Commission is taking public comment on the preliminary outreach and engagement at this time.
Good morning, caller. Could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
So my name is Helen, Helen, Hutchison, Hutchison, and I am representing the League of Women Voters of California. I was concerned in listening to your conversation that when you were talking about equity, you seemed to indicate that there seemed to be an implication that equitable meant looking at the same number of presentations for each outreach zone rather than looking at the number of presentations based on the total population, and then some factor for historically underserved communities, but not just on geography. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Jesse, do we have additional callers? Or is that Christian? I think that's Christian.
We currently
Hello, this is
Could you please state and spell your
Hello.
name for the record, please?
Yeah, hello. This is Karen Diaz, Karen Diaz, DIAC, and I'm calling from CHIRLA, the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. And I just want to wish the Commission a Happy New Year. And today, the reason that I'm calling is we want to thank you for your thoughtfulness in developing a strategic outreach plan and the supporting documents. I would like to request respectfully that the Commission allow for more time to provide thoughtful feedback. I know that it was mentioned that this is a living, breathing document that's going to continue to develop, and I know that there was a lot of commentary. And I would like to recommend the need to have these documents publicly evolved to incorporate comments from the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Additional callers? Do we have additional callers?
We do, Chair. Could you please state and spell your name for the record, please? Good morning, caller. Could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Renee Westa Lusk.
The floor is yours.
I just have a few questions for the commissioners. Before I do the questions, I had difficulty. I can't read any of the handout. Well, not any, but most of the handouts that are posted on the website. The only ones I could read are the ones that are the proposed outreach zones and the chair rotation chart for this meeting. If you try to enlarge them, they become so blurry you can't read them either. I just thought I'd let you know about that. And then my questions have to do with matching of commissioners to the zones. When you're doing this matching of the commissioners to the zones, is it only for outreach or is it for the whole duration of the process of redistricting? And then my other questions are, when you said some commissioners may outreach to areas outside their zones that they may be able to relate to, does that mean communities and cities can outreach to other commissioners who might be more familiar or share the same field of industry or economics than the commissioner that they are assigned to by the zone they are designated in? And then when making presentations to zones, are you only going to concentrate on the large population areas, or will rural areas be invited?
Thank you for your.
Those are my questions.
Thank you for your questions, Ms. Lux. So let's address the flexibility of commissioners. The commissioners are assigned the zones to shepherd those zones, but they're not exclusive to those zones. So we will be working together across all zones. We will be reaching out to all the corners of the state of California. So it is not limited to the zones as the way they are structured. This aspect of our conversation is specific to the outreach. And as was indicated a little bit just before we opened up public comment, is that we use these zones, which we will be voting on, officially making them the zones of choice a little bit later in the afternoon, to connect with organizations, groups, et cetera, in the various parts of the state. And we've been doing our fact finding, and we sort of divided the labor among the commissioners so that we could ensure gathering that information. As we move forward, because we've established some of those relationships through the information gathering process, we've built some warm, some loose relationships in those areas. So we will build upon those relationships, but the outreach is not limited to the commissioners that are assigned to the current zones in any way. We will all be working together and trying to make sure that we're ensuring that we have the best fit for the presentation. That could be language, that could be any number of things, familiarity with the area, relatability, so on and so forth. So it's just to enhance from a presentation standpoint, but it isn't to be limited. So I want to make sure that that's real clear to listeners, that we aren't limiting anything based upon the zone assignments and who's responsible for those zones. And our goal is to reach the various areas of California throughout the entire state. As far as the presentation, the documents that are posted, I just like to ask staff to check that. If we have someone who can check on the technical part of that while we're on, while we're live still, that way if there's any adjustments that need to be made, those can be made. So we want the public to, of course, be able to view the documents that we post. Also, I'd like to just recommend that we go to a PDF format for the documents by and large, which will probably help with a lot of the formatting issues. That if we find that there are sections of the public that can't download PDFs, which is pretty standard today, we can look at other formats, but I think we should at least have it in the PDF format, so it'll be really easy for people to be able to view and download and not change the format of the document when it's downloaded. Commissioners, are there other questions that Ms. Lux asked specifically that anyone would like to chime in on before I take additional comments? Commissioner Anderson, then Commissioner Kennedy, then Commissioner Sinai, then Commissioner Hernandez. Anderson.
Mine is more administrative. Actually, if you click on the document, it opens up. I'm sorry, there's an echo. But yeah, if you click on the document, it opens up. It becomes larger. You don't have to try to enlarge that actual picture.
So hopefully that'll help Ms. West Lux. If not, we'll have staff still check into that. And you know what we might also want to do is add some instructions in that sections about how to view documents, but that's a separate point. So Commissioner Kennedy?
I am aware that Ms. Westerluck has called in on a number of occasions and expressing concern about rural areas. I want to assure her that I live in a rural area in San Bernardino County. I'm very aware of San Bernardino counties and Riverside counties, very sparsely populated areas, and want to assure you that I'm going to be doing everything I can to reach out to isolated communities, particularly in this region. But you know, if there are opportunities for me to reach out in other rural areas as well, and I know that there are other commissioners that live in rural communities, so we are keenly aware of some of the issues facing Californians living in rural communities, and want to do our very best to ensure that we reach those communities. Thank you, Chair.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. I can't remember if I said Fernandez or Sinai first. So Hernandez, go for it.
Okay, I just wanted to mention, because Ms. Celeste, she did ask, are we only going to reach out to big cities? If during this phase, this initial educational phase, if you're interested in us making a presentation, please let us know. I personally am in zone 1. I will try not to limit how many of these I do, even if the goal's 8 versus 5 or whatever the goal is, I can probably do more than that. But and it would actually help me if whoever's out there listening, if you're interested in us having one of these presentations, please let us know. Please email our main website or email, and we will try to get that scheduled.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Okay, Jesse, could we go back to our callers? Oops, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. With Commissioner Fernandez's comment, I was just wanting to ask of Director Freddie or whoever it is, can we post on our website a blurb, an invitation, a letter, or something that goes out to everyone that says we are now looking for opportunities to do a presentation, and if you're interested, contact the commission, and it can perhaps list the areas that we're over, but something that goes out, and even something that we can have that is uniform that we can send out to our various contacts.
Awesome. Say how we'll get. Director Sarah, I know you have a whole presentation coming, so I'm mindful of what they're asking you, and I know you're going to address it.
Yeah.
So we're going to not address it right now. Let's go to callers, please. Jesse, if you could let us know if you have anybody else in the queue.
We do, Chair. One moment, please. Good morning, caller. Could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
My name is Debbie McElroy. DebbieMcElroy. And I'm calling, I just want to let you know that those documents the last caller referred to are not PDFs. I went to 3 different devices to try to get the information on agenda item number 6. And I was not able on any of them to read more than the first page, which is very blurred, probably like a 0.4 font or something. And the other question I have is, how do you identify interested groups? Because I'm in Orange County. The only reason I know about this commission is I heard some announcement back in the summer about the commissioners being selected. And then yesterday, I decided to go out on the web to see where you're at, and I saw your meeting today, so I logged in. But I know no one in Orange County that's even aware of your efforts. So how do you identify interested groups? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McElroy. And welcome. We're glad that you tuned in today. We are doing outreach to the various areas, including Orange County and throughout the state. But if you know people, like we really depend on the viewers as well who are tuning in. So if you know people that might be interested in this work, we really want to, one of our goals is to be the commission that reached the farthest and the widest, hopefully in history. Big lofty goal, right? So, so spread the word. Let people know we're here. We will be reaching out to areas we haven't already, but we have already started a lot of that outreach, and that's what this discussion is really all about, is how we're going to make sure that the residents of the state of California know we exist and know they can participate, and we want hopefully all 40 million participating if possible, but really spreading the word. So we'll depend on you, and we're going to do our part, and we want to have the widest outreach available. So thank you so much for that call. And I want to assure listeners, people that are tuned in, that at the lunch break, we will visit the documents that are online, and I will come back with an update after lunch. My hope is that we will be able to get some of those documents converted to PDF and re-upload it. I'm not going to promise it because I'm not quite sure what's possible, but we will be investigating that and trying to make those adjustments. We put a lot of effort in really trying to get these documents prepared and to give you as much lead time, et cetera. So with our apologies that you're having trouble viewing, that does not do us any justice at all, because we want you to be able to follow along with us. We really value your contributions and feedback, and we're going to work on trying to fix that over the lunch break. So hopefully this afternoon, at the very minimum by tomorrow, that will be fixed. So I want to assure everyone who's tuning in that we're going to take care of that. Commissioners, do you have any additional comments before I go back to public comment? Okay, Commissioner Kutagawa.
I just wanted to know what the documents are in PDF form, because I downloaded them and I just checked my document folder. And all of the downloads that I did off of the website are PDFs, but it does depend on the browser. And I'm finding that I think the browsers have changed. It used to just pop up open, but now you have to click on it and then click on it again a second time to expand it to, you know, a broader document. So that may be why people might be thinking that it's not fully, you know, working correctly. So just to save some time there.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Kutagawa. Staff, if you could please double check like browsers and any tips we can give our viewers, because we know that people use different browsers, people have different degrees of tech proficiency. And again, we're trying to make this as easy for people as possible. So I'm a former member of the troubleshooting committee that we disbanded, Commissioner Anderson. But I'm passionate about making sure we solve this problem. So we'll do what we can. Thank you so much for that, Commissioner. Any additional, yes, Ms. Kaplan.
I just want to add that the goals, particularly goals 2 and 3, are also help to set a framework for outreach. And so those demographics and sectors that are identified are to also help encourage commissioners and also just give that overview of the types of entities to connect with that may be serving those audiences. So to answer some of the question from the person who called in, but also as commissioners are reaching out to folks in their regions to keep those goals in mind and those demographics and sectors that are part of the framework of the outreach strategy.
Thank you, Ms. Kaplan. Jesse, we have additional callers in the queue.
There are currently no callers in the queue, Chair.
Okay, with that, we're going to close public comment at this time. But if you have comments on this topic, remember we have open public comment after lunch, and we also have open public comment at the close of the day. So if you didn't get your comment in during this particular segment, feel free to dial back in at those times. With that, I'll bring the conversation back to the commissioners for any additional feedback, comments, etc., to Director Hernandez and his team as it relates to the preliminary strategic outreach plan. Commissioner Yee.
I just want to mention that, besides these planned events and other people's events that we can get invited to and various live efforts, just our website, just the COI tool out there is education. I mean, I think it's a pretty bad miss if I couldn't, as an interested citizen, just go to our website and pretty easily learn, what this is about and how to get involved. I mean, and I'm sure, our staff are working on that. So I'm thinking if I didn't know about the commission at all, how would I find out about it? Probably through some friend's Facebook post that gave me a link that got me to the website or got me to the COI tool, and it should be pretty clear, what's going on when I get to one of those sites. So that's education too, and I think it's actually going to be a big part of our education. Of course, to do all these planned efforts as well, but also to have these kind of asynchronous, as we say in teaching, formats available for people who just stumble on us and, oh my goodness, this is interesting, and find out more about us through things that we have up online.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question for Director Ceja. Are meeting announcements and agendas, or at least meeting announcements, sent out to media around the state for each and every meeting?
No, not yet.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Toledo.
I remember we had some discussion around evaluative measures at some point for outreach. And I'm just wondering if we may want to expand on that a little bit. I do see the 1 out of 1,000, the activation rate that's included in the plan, but maybe cascading that down to the zones so that we have a sense of what each zone's goals are. Or maybe that's a baseline, maybe that's the minimum. We can always do better than that, but it would be good to see how it fleshes out so that we can we can have some metrics around what that looks like for the zone, but also in terms of the priority populations or target populations that we're seeking to address. So equitable equity measures as well.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Toledo. I'd like to chime in on that as well. I made a note to bring up the equity issue. I think we need some focus, intention around equity and defining it. So to your point, Commissioner Toledo, I'd like to ask the subcommittee, who I know have been thinking about this since day one, Commissioners Vasquez and Sinai, to work with staff, because just like we have mission and vision, et cetera, I think we should outline very clearly how we're looking at equity as it relates to the outreach piece, so that that point can be shared with the public and it can be a shared understanding amongst commissioners as well. So are you open to that, Commissioner Sinai and Vasquez? Great, thank you so much. Any additional questions or comments on agenda item number 6, the preliminary strategic outreach plan, before we move forward? Commissioner Hernandez.
I'm not sure if this will be part of it, but if there is some sort of message that's put on our website saying, hey, if you're interested in us conducting an informational session, contact us. And I think it was the last caller, or maybe the one before, mentioned that, well, if we want specific commissioners, can we request that? And I understand that piece of it, but also I would think that you try to honor as much as you can, but then also please also let whoever's over that zone know that there is a meeting occurring, so that you can track it, so that you're not duplicating your efforts. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Fernandez. Just so all commissioners know, even if someone reaches out to you directly, you should be coordinating with staff. And some of that coordination will just be tracking up through and including having staff support on that particular outreach effort. So we shouldn't be just doing independent presentations and outreach without coordinating it with staff and making them aware that it's happening. Commissioner Kennedy?
Certainly coordination is good, but we also need not just the speaker request form that can be accessed from the website, which is part of the Director Hernandez's plan document, but also a reporting form for those of us who are speaking to these events, and so that we are collecting the same information about each audience that we address and channeling that information back into staff.
Very good recommendation, Commissioner Kennedy. Thank you for that. Any additional comments, feedback, questions for Director Hernandez regarding the preliminary outreach plan? All right, Director Hernandez, do you feel like you've gotten what you needed from this conversation and feedback to move forward?
I believe I have, and I open up to the commissioners. If you have any specific questions, feel free to reach out to me as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for you and your team putting together a very solid preliminary roadmap. I think it facilitated a really robust discussion and clarity. And we appreciate all the work that you've jumped right in and done very quickly with the support of the foundational work that was done by the Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee, who took this very, very seriously. So special thanks to Commissioner Sinai and Vasquez for the preliminary work they did. Okay, with that, I'd like to move on to the Chief Counsel's report. Ms. Marshall.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you all again. To prevent duplication, when it comes to any reports on any solicitation requiring submission to me, that would be addressed by the applicable subcommittee. And in addition to that, I would just like to introduce the new paralegal that's working with the legal division, and that is Tina Keller. And at this time, she's going to take the time out to introduce herself.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I really look forward to serving in the position as the Commission's Senior Legal Analyst. I'm also very excited to be working with Chief Marshall, as we have very similar work ethics and styles, and that's going to result in a cohesive work product on the Commission's behalf. In addition to the regular legal duties of a paralegal, well, one of the main things is the professionalism. And we are going to be working very hard to ensure spell checking, proofreading, structure, that we comply with the federal accessibility web page rules. And all of our emails, documents, everything that goes out will be very professional, very formal. It may appear a little offish when you don't know us personally, but when you get to know us personally, you'll know that this is just the legal division's way of protecting the integrity of the Commission. In addition, I've been requested by Director Claypool to kind of step in and assist Ms. Sheffield regarding the meetings. So far, we've just come up with a couple new forms for voting, etc. And we're flexible. And my job duties will be flexible. In addition to the legal, I'm ready to jump in there, help as needed with monitoring which supplies we need, for example. And it's an exciting time. I look forward to the challenges of this position. And in the end, my overall objective is to simply exceed any of your expectations of me. And I thank you again for the opportunity.
You and welcome. Ms. Marshall, Before I go back to you, Ms. Marshall, does any commissioners have any questions or comments? Okay, Ms. Marshall, you want to continue with your report?
That concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. So let's move forward to Communication Director's report. Director Seha, it's 12:04. We'll be breaking for lunch, commissioners, at 12:46. So I just want to let everybody know we have, roughly 40 minutes, 42 minutes for the first portion of this discussion, and it can always continue after lunch as well. But please be mindful of time. Take it away, Director Seha.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to thank the commissioners for approving the newest member of our team, Cecilia Gomez Reyes. I'll let her address the commission and introduce herself.
Good afternoon. My name is Cecilia Gomez Reyes. I just wanted to say thank you so much for approving my position, and it's truly a pleasure to be working with you all. I'm very excited. Just to let you know that previously I worked at the City of Los Angeles, Office of the City Clerk, and County of Los Angeles, Register Recorder County Clerk. I also worked for the University of California in Santa Barbara in the Office of Government Relations. And I attended CSU Sacramento for a degree in government, and I currently live in the San Gabriel Valley. So thank you again so much for having me, and I look forward to working with you all.
Great. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Reyes.
Yeah, so we will now be able to divide and conquer on a lot of the things that I have on my to-do list. So I'm super grateful to have Cecilia on board. Thank you. Also wanted to mention that we received a letter. I shot it over, I believe, yesterday from Assemblymember Dr. Shirley Weber, who's going to be our next Secretary of State. So we'll be dealing with her rather closely in our process. She wanted to encourage the commission to deem each incarcerated person as residing at their last known place of residence for redistricting purposes. I believe Director Claypool indicated that we need to respond, so I will be touching base with the chair and the vice chair and legal on a response to that. But if you have any recommendations, I would love to hear that now so we can begin crafting a response.
We're going to have a panel and associated discussion around this topic a little later. Can we keep in mind Director Seha's question and be thinking about your response to that question now, and also have your response be informed by what you hear on tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock? Is that correct? Yes, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. So is it possible, Director Seha, for you to wait for that specific feedback until that time? Thank you so much.
Definitely. And I also wanted to thank the Collateral or Outreach Committee for taking the time to look at the materials that I've provided. I have worked on a fact sheet that I put together for the commission. It's a simple one-pager to let people know who we are, that we can use out in the community. An FAQ, frequently asked questions, that's also housed on our website, which I will go over shortly. And next, a PowerPoint presentation to help you when you're out doing outreach, and a script to accompany that PowerPoint presentation. We'll present those later today under the subcommittee, so I don't want to steal their thunder. But I am going to now show you what our website looks like. Our subcommittee on the website, Dr. Kennedy and Commissioner Taylor did take a look at the website, provided feedback, and I am still not done instilling all those points. But I do have a product that I'm very proud of, and I wanted to show it to you. So I'm going to share my screen now.
Can we get a drum roll?
Right? As I've spoken to Raul, I believe most of the documents are already on the shared drive from the current website. So we should be able to host everything over in the coming week. Okay, perfect. So this is a new splash page. I want to sort of walk you through all the pages that I've assembled and then get some thoughts, either a thumbs up, thumbs down at the end. And what I'll do in order to save us time here is shoot everyone a link so that you can look at this in detail at your own leisure and then provide feedback similar to what the web page subcommittee has done. If anything here doesn't make sense to you or you think it would make sense somewhere else, please let me know. But again, let's hold off on those suggestions to the end. So as soon as you click on the web page here, this is going to be wedrawthelines.ca.gov. It takes you to this opening page where the header here is very similar. I took a lot of direction from Shape California's Future, the website that the auditor's office used to recruit the commissioners. I loved how it had pictures of California. It had people in there, so that's what we wanted to do, and have something that was inviting. These pictures here are not going to remain. These were stock photos, so I did get some direction from Commissioner Kennedy and Taylor about representation. So we're going to be swapping out or actually adding to these pictures here so that we have more representation of California, because we really want people to see themselves when they visit our website. So if you were to click on this, it would take you directly to the commissioners page. I've done a little picture here with the California flag for every commissioner. And the way this page is set up is that when you click on the commissioner's name, their bio rolls out under. So that's the first part there for the first slide. If you continue, this is Draw My Community tool. These are the things I'm featuring at the top. So if you click on that, it'll take you to the actual COI tool, which we hope to house on our website once their web address is up and running, so that people that are searching our website can actually fill out a COI tool and email it to us as community input. The last slider here is help us get the word out. So it's directing people to the outreach page, which will have all of our fact sheets, our collateral materials, our outreach zones, and then our social media platforms and channels. As you roll down, this is a basic home screen. So it's a short welcome from the commission, just saying, hey, thank you for visiting our webpage. You'll find a lot of information, gives people an idea about the Voters First Act. I also wanted to include some buttons in here to make it a little more visually appealing. I included a timeline. A lot of people are going to want to know what timeline we're working with, what we're mandated to do. So I did a very vague and very plain description here of what we're going to be doing from February to March, and then going down to August 15th. I will add an asterisk there because we don't know if that's going to be our final date to turn in the maps to the state of Secretary of State because of the census data that is late. So that is not a definite date. Public comment, I did get direction from the commissioners on the subcommittee that they wanted to put this as many places as possible so that people know how to get involved, how to give us input, how to do it during meetings, how to do it in writing, just writing a simple email with feedback. So we wanted to make that prominent on the homepage. The third one is Draw My Community tool. So again, letting people know that we have a COI tool, and once it's set up, we will have it here so that they can draw their own district map. And then lastly, the Redistricting 101 presentation so that folks can present this presentation when we're not physically there. And then ultimately, aside from the PowerPoint, we're going to have a video that folks can show at their meetings when we're not there. So as you scroll down, we have just upcoming meetings, and this is outdated, obviously, because it's a draft. Public comment again at the bottom lets you know how you can get involved and how you can provide feedback. And lastly, at the bottom, when we're live, like right now, people would be able to just click on this, and it'll take them to the streaming site where they can see the commission meeting live. This is the first page. Moving on to About Us. And as you can notice, I have included several pictures of California from different geographies all over the website. to help people connect to their hometown. Basic about us, what is the commission, 14 commissioners, how you came about, how you were selected. And here we have the first 8 commissioners that were brought in with the lottery. Again, if you click on their name, it'll take you to the commissioners page where you'll find their bio and their picture. What will the commission do? Just a basic 101. You're going to draw lines. You're going to hold public meetings, research and analyze to help you draw those maps, hire support staff, which we've done and we're doing, and then prepare legal defense after we draw those maps. And then gives a short blurb about when we're hiring and when we're expected to do our work. This leads us to the commissioners page. Here, like I said, have provided your pictures. I'm missing one, so hopefully we'll be able to get that last picture in. But once you, like I said, click on a person's name, it'll show you their bio. And you'll also be able to access this from this header here so that you can just easily move from one commissioner to the next. Or at the top of the page here, you will have the commissioners' names. And in addition to that, on the side here, so if you're looking at Commissioner Sinai's bio and you're like, oh, let me see Commissioner Taylor's bio, it'll skip right into that so that you don't have to be jumping back and forth. I did include a staff page so that folks know who to contact for different administrative issues. I don't have everyone on here yet, so bear with me as we grow as a staff and as I get your information in here. But I did put placeholders for Raul, for Marianne, for Cecilia, and I'm sure I'm missing 1 or 2 other people. And it has our email so that folks can get a hold of us rather quickly. This meetings page is going to be similar to what we have now. Again, it gives you the option to watch live if we're having a commission meeting, so you can just click on that and follow on to the meeting. It has our upcoming meetings and then past meetings. I will be adding in here transcripts and video of the meeting that I have not been able to transfer over yet. So people can read the agenda, have the handouts that accompany every meeting, have the transcripts of those meetings, and then have those videos at their disposal. Now, FAQs I brought over from the current site, and I did borrow from some of our community partners who have a wealth of information for the public. So it's why should I care about redistricting? You click on that, and again, it gives you the description of about having your voice heard in the process. It's the next step after census, which we spell out throughout the entire website. How do you get involved? In person, electronically, in writing. How do you describe your community? That's very important. These tips were taken from our community partners. Some of them have collateral material that says this is how you get involved, this is how you explain what your community is, how you describe it, and this is what you do at commission meetings. And it even gives an example of someone's comment, public comment and testimony as they're describing their community. What does the commission do? Or what is the Voting Rights Act? Laws that regulate the commission, who can serve on the commission, down to legally challenging the maps and how we defend those, and the time that you spend at public hearings. So this will grow. This like our outreach material or outreach plans is a live document. So this website will continue to develop, especially once we get draft maps and final maps of those. We'll add another tab here and make sure those are hosted on here prominently. As far as outreach is concerned, wanted to make sure that we have the outreach zones. So here we let people know what the purpose is of the outreach zones. We divided the state into 11 zones. So if you click on outreach zones, it takes you here. Again, beautiful picture of California's northern regions. It gives you the outreach zones. Color coded, of course, so that people know what those zones are. And then we have the commissioners that are in charge of each zone. And eventually, once we get the staff, those organizers on the ground, we'd be able to include them here as support staff for each one of the zones. so that people can actually start getting in contact with our staff to schedule meetings, so that that burden is not on the commissioners, and staff is leading that support for you. Going back to outreach, we also have, this is where the toolkit is going to be housed for community partners or the general public. So this is where all our social media information, our graphics, our one page or our fact sheet is going to go. So I compiled a few from the current website from Shape California's Future. I have those in my arsenal. I've forwarded those over to the subcommittee and they're reviewing them now. And then the We Draw the Lines, our current website had a top 10, a fact sheet, a flyer. So I did recreate those and they're over with the subcommittee now for review. As far as media is concerned, I was told that I should provide my information here in case anyone has requests for media, public records, or general information. Press releases, we're going to start gathering all the press releases that we shoot out, and this is where they're going to be housed. If you click on this, this is the announcement that we hired Alvaro to be the Deputy Executive Director. So you'll have that at your disposal, and we'll keep populating that as we send out press releases. Commission in the news, anytime one of our commissioners is in some sort of editorial or an article, we want to capture that so that we capture their quotes and their information. Aside from just posting the article itself, I will post who was included in it and a link to their quote themselves. So it's not just a general announcement. And then news on redistricting. I know a lot of times we share amongst ourselves updates on redistricting law, other states that are doing redistricting. So we want to capture that here, those articles here, so that the public knows what's going on in the general spiel of redistricting. Finally, we have sign up so that you can join our listserv. So we're asking for your email, your phone number if you want it, and you'll start receiving our emails and our e-blasts. And then under contact, we have an opportunity for the public to get a hold of us, send us a message here, but also, again, public comment in case you want to send us an email or comment on a particular agenda item. I will make that more deliberate here and let people send us information or send us feedback on our agenda items. So that's what we have so far. It's a very different website than we have now. We were trying not to clutter the website with a lot of information, but wanted to make it more visually appealing and a little friendlier to navigate. This is what we have so far. And I will take questions, comments, suggestions, and I'll shoot you over the link so that you can see this in detail on your own time.
Thank you so much, Director Seha. Are you going to take it down? Only because I can't see, unfortunately, the team. There we go. So I'll just lead the charge by saying it's very beautiful, and I think you accomplished exactly what you said in terms of it being informative and full. Yeah, I'm with that. But clean and very well done. So thank you. So I'll stop there. Commissioners who want to add comment, Commissioner Yee.
Thank you so much, Director Seha. Excellent work, and so attractive, and just packed with all the information and links and everything that folks will want to have. Let's see, two quick things. One is I think we're saying we're going to go with redistricting basics, not redistricting 101. That was at one of the top level menus. The other thing, I'm wondering if we might add a kids page, educate the next generation about redistricting. I've actually come across some online redistricting games, maybe we can link to. But I think that would be great and add to the friendliness and attractiveness of the site.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Other commissioners? Commissioner Turner.
I just wanted to say, I was just like clapping before you finished. I was like, this is so creative. I absolutely love the website that you've put together, and I love the multiple ways that people can enter in public comment, the multiple ways that they can find things. I think you've done a fabulous job. I just wanted to say thank you.
Yeah, that selfie you provided was amazing.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, again, I was fortunate enough to provide some input for Director Seha. I would like to, again, reiterate, after looking at a number of other websites from a number of the other entities, it is by far one of the more robust throughout the redistricting community and can serve as an example. So I think it goes a long ways to bringing sexy back.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Any other comments? Are there, Commissioner Sadwani, my apologies.
No worries. Thank you. This is amazing. I also had a chance to take a sneak peek at the website, and so I'm in awe. So it's incredible. And also just remembering that you haven't even been on board all that long, and it's pretty incredible that you've been able to get all of this done. I'm just wondering, it didn't occur to me before, but as we were looking through it now, was it ever a thought to have a submit your comment here component on the web page that would post somewhere or that we could access? I don't know if we want to do that or not, but I'm thinking about, like, when I listen to public radio, for example, and some of the call-in shows, people can both call in the way we have public comment now, but also, you know, if people can't wait until we have open comment time, maybe they could submit a comment, and during public comment, we have a lot of staff now who could perhaps read it for us so that we know, you know, what folks are thinking. It might also just be another format for people to feel more comfortable addressing the commission. Just a thought to throw out there.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Sadwani. Any other comments? Ms. Marshall.
Legal will be addressing all Public Records Act requests, and so under your section for media and communications, could you make sure to identify Ms. Tina Keller as the contact for Public Records Act? And my other final additional question in regards to staff, are we including all the staff on the website or just exec? In terms of staff, not commissioners.
Yeah, let's check in with Director Claypool, and we'll figure that out.
All right, thank you. And again, as everyone has said, you did a great job. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And lastly, just wanted to add that we are very cognizant of ADA compliance. So once we are done with the full website, we will turn it over to some of our community partners that are experts in this field to make sure that it passes the ADA compliance requirements and standards, so that it's available and to everyone in California.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Just a question for Director Seha, and I just want to add my just praise. It's a fabulous website, and he was kind enough to give me a sneak peek of it, and so I was just really super pleased with the way it's looking, and he kindly listened to some of my initial feedback as well too. Something that Commissioner Sadwani said just kind of got me. It just kind of pinged another idea. You talked about social media and the different social media channels that you're going to have. I know some sites have it. It does look cluttered sometimes, but does it make sense to add a section where, you know, the different kind of social media conversations can be seen so that people who are not normally on social media will be able to see it in one place? Is that something that might be a consideration? It's not necessarily a must do, but just kind of a food for thought.
I am looking for the add-on on Nation Builder that allows you to do that. I did that in my previous job, where it has just like a rolling stream of your Facebook or Twitter and or both, so that people know what the channels are saying.
Thank you. Ms. Marshall.
Just one more quick comment in regards to Mr. Sayas in regards to ADA compliance. I'm sure it goes without saying that the CRC takes accessibility very seriously, and that legal will routinely check the website and work communications and whoever else to make sure that we are in compliance and accessibility is available to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Sorry, one more question for clarification. Would public comment be allowable through social media, like whether through our Facebook page or LinkedIn or even on Twitter or something like that?
Ms. Marshall?
Sure.
I'm sorry, you said in regards to, is it a social media page that's for CRC, that, for example, like a CRC Facebook or CRC Twitter? I don't see any problem with that.
Meaning taking public comment through that channel or establishing the channel or both?
Well, I believe her question, and correct me if I'm correct, was in regards to just public comment just in general, not that we're responding to any particular questions.
So we could accept public comment if somebody chooses to provide public comment on something that the commission might be working on or just wants to make a general comment, they can submit it through one of the social media pages and that would be okay? Or do they have to, would they be required to submit public comment that would be, I guess, official through our public comments page or through email?
You know, let me double check, but I believe that just public comment in general to our CRC supported site, whether it's the Facebook or whatnot. But let me double check real quick. Give me just 1 second.
Okay, so while council checks on that, what I want to also have us make sure we consider is that we can process. So I know we're talking about processing data and how we take it in. So in all these channels that we propose to open up to take in information, we need to make sure that information can be packaged and presented to us. So let's keep that in mind as we move in that direction. Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you. It looks great. Thank you so much. I was curious how we're doing language access. Will we have just a thing at the top and it does it automatically? And how can we make sure that in all the comment sections we say you can submit your comments in any language, and that the responsibility comes on us. We haven't quite figured that piece out, but that people just feel welcome to submit their comments or their pieces.
Ms. Marshall, you have an answer?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
No, I'm sorry. I thought you were back with an answer to the previous question.
Yes, in regards to the previous, again, as I said, it's fine to go ahead and have them submit any commentary through Facebook or other social media type. However, we just may make sure that we're able to sustain that data to record it and whatnot. So that would be the bigger issue.
Thank you. Director Seha?
Yeah, what I've done in previous positions is any time, because we're going to have Cecilia now actively monitoring social media every day, is once you get a substantial input message on Facebook or Twitter, what I can do, or what I've done in the past, is submit it as official public comment through the website or whatever the official mechanism is. I just copy it and paste it verbatim and then who it's from. So that way it's going through the same channels as everything else, but it's not left behind.
Thank you. Is that the conclusion of your presentation, Director Seha?
Yes. So look out on your inbox. I'll send the link to the website, like I said, and feel free to send me comments and suggestions.
Okay. So based on where we are in the agenda, I think we're going to take lunch now. And then when we come back from lunch, we'll dive right into our subcommittee reports. So barring any objection to that. Okay. So we're going to break for lunch, Christian, at 12:35. We'll call it 12:35. So everyone, please be back by 1:35. Enjoy your lunch. And when we return from lunch, we will be going into agenda item number 9 and begin with subcommittee report updates. Thank you very much. All right, welcome back, commissioners, and those tuning in I'd like to open up the floor for public comment. So Jesse, if you could read the instructions and invite our listeners to, excuse me, share public comment.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 918-3780-3898 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comments. You will also hear an automated message to press *9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automated message that says, "The host would like you to talk," and to press *6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking public comment at this time. Chair, there are currently no callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. With that, let's move to agenda item number 9, our subcommittee updates and reports. We'll start with action on census, Commissioner Sadwani and Toledo.
We don't have anything in particular to update in terms of any actions that we think that the commission should take. I don't know if, I know Marion has been tracking it and has sent along some news articles in which we've identified that the census will be delayed in terms of sending those figures to the president if she wants to, if she's here and wants to provide that update.
The Census Bureau put out an announcement saying it wouldn't be before February 9th, and it might be later than that. And they also reported there were some anomalies in the data, but did not explain what those anomalies are. So it's just something to keep an eye on.
Here for that, Ms. Johnston. Thank you, subcommittee. Anybody have any questions? Commissioner Sinai?
I just wanted to add, Karen's speaking tomorrow on the prisoner, Karen McDonald, and she may have some more information. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. Any other additional comments or questions for the Action on Census Subcommittee? Thank you very much. We'll now move to the Finance and Administration Subcommittee with Commissioners Hernandez and Fornashari.
Yeah, we just, I want to give you all an update on what's happening with our agenda software that we've been looking at. We got a presentation from Granicus. Looks really good. It's good. It's all good stuff. The challenge, of course, is procurement with the state. So we can go through CMAS, but that that's going to take a while. But so we're kind of working parallel paths at this point. So Raul initiated the procurement process for that software through CMAS. That requires 3 potential bidders on that type of software, and it takes, a number of weeks, probably 4 to 6 weeks, something like that. In the meantime, Freddie and his team are working on the website and enhancing the way that we're getting, we'll be getting the information up on the website more quickly. We'll be getting the minutes up there and the videos up there, and we'll be able to manage that ourselves. So when it comes time to decide if we're going to pull the trigger and buy the Granicus software whenever the CMAS process is done, I think as a commission, we were thinking we would kind of look at how things are going with the website as it is, if that's good enough. And if it's not, we'll pull the trigger on getting the software. So I think that kind of summarizes where we're at with that. If I missed anything, any questions?
Commissioner Anderson?
I just have a quick question. What was the software?
It's called Granicus.
Granicus.
And it is an agenda management tool. And you can, if you go to the City of Sacramento's redistricting website, you can see an example of that. The County of San Joaquin also has an example of that. The Board of Supervisors for the County of San Joaquin, they use that tool. And the City of San Jose uses that tool also. So you can go to any of those boards' websites and see the tool in action. It's really pretty cool.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Commissioners Swanashari and Hernandez. We're going to move to the subcommittee, the Gantt subcommittee, which is Commissioners Kennedy and Taylor.
I'll be updating the Gantt chart based on the information contained in Director Hernandez's strategic outreach plan. If other subcommittees have other updates for the Gantt chart, please send them to Commissioner Taylor and me.
Any questions, comments, feedback to the Gantt committee? Seeing none, thank you, Commissioners Kennedy and Commissioner Taylor. We'll now move to the line drawer subcommittee, Commissioners Anderson and Sadwani.
Okay, I'll go. Well, you heard that the line drawing made through Office of Legal Services and is just doing just a couple little edits from the subcommittee, and it's due to go out to post on this Friday, January 15, with the dates approximately the 22nd is bidders must give us intent January, and then it's basically like February 22nd essentially is when they'd be due. Looking at it in our meeting the 23rd, I think it's 24th, 25th, and the idea being signed and on board March 1st.
You. Any questions for the line drawers RFP subcommittee? Seeing none, thank you, Commissioner Sadwani and Anderson. Let's move to the VRA compliance subcommittee, Commissioner Sadwani and Yee.
Sure, thank you. Commissioner Yee, feel free to jump in at any point. You all know that I have memos, so I wrote you a memo that you all have, and it's posted with the handouts. We have a number of pieces just to provide some updates on. The RFIs are out. Please help spread the word. It is posted in a number of places. The deadline to apply is January 29th. We have already had a couple inquiries just about clearing up the dates. I don't know if Ms. Marshall, the last time we spoke last week, there weren't any applicants, but I don't know if we have had any yet.
The status remains the same.
Okay, so please, if you have access to friends who are attorneys or other people in the legal community, please do spread the word. We included the link to the job postings in that memo. The second is an update on what we had previously been calling a stage 1 analysis. As we reported previously, we no longer think it is prudent to do a stage 1 analysis of racially polarized voting RPV. After having spoken with numerous experts in the field, we don't feel like for the cost that it would require, that it would actually serve us to do that and do a statewide analysis at this point, that ultimately what we will need when we're drawing is far more targeted, more localized analysis. And so we think that we should save our resources for that analysis when we need it. Alternatively, however, we've had a number of conversations. Commissioner Yee was really leading the charge. We've talked with the folks at SWORD, which many of you have heard about through your outreach with census groups for the various outreach zones. That may be a tool that we could potentially draw upon. In addition, the Public Policy Institute of California, who you might recall did a presentation for us, a training for us very early on back in August. They are an independent think tank. They do not take government contracts, but conducting a demographic analysis is most certainly in their wheelhouse. So that is a report that they are going to conduct for us to take a look at using ACS data, and that's the American Community Survey. So this will not be census data, but using the available ACS data, taking a look at where demographic changes have occurred throughout the state since 2010, so that we can get a better sense of where we might need to be spending additional efforts as we move forward in our redistricting processes. We have been in touch with Eric McGee, who had presented to us previously. He's going to be heading up the folks that are going to work on that report. We are anticipating that by early to mid-February, that he would be able to have something that he could come and present to us. Commissioner, do you want to take on legal affairs and talk about that committee?
Sure. Just a quick comment about the stage 1, the PPIC report. So, we've been told over and over, make good use of the time before the census data comes out. And, do as much work with communities of interest and whatever else you can get your hands on. And so this is part of that. And so, so far we've only talked in the most general terms about population shifts or things we think might be happening. But this will be our first time to look at hard data. And not quite the 2020 census data yet, but to start actually thinking about actual geographies and places where we'll have to pay extra attention when we start doing our actual mapping. So the Legal Affairs Committee, that's an actual action item coming up later in the agenda, but we've discussed this, and this will be a new committee we're asking the chair to appoint that will, its first job will be to receive the applications for VRA counsel and litigation counsel and do the initial screening for that and make a recommendation to the commission for which individual or firms to hire. And this will be different than our existing subcommittees in that it will have 3 members, we're hoping, and will therefore meet in public noticed meetings starting February 10th. And so that's what we're hoping to happen. And we'll get to that when we get to that action item.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Yee and Sadwani. Anyone have any questions? Oh, you have more? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, just one last point. We are working on planning a VRA training for you all. We've talked about having additional trainings for quite some time. We have tentatively put that on the schedule for our next meeting, January 26th through the 28th. We are attempting to schedule that on Tuesday, January 26th morning, if it can work out. We have invited speakers and actually have confirmed some of them First, VRA litigation attorney and the co-director of the Voting Rights Project at UCLA, Chad Dunn. Chad is a litigator. He has worked on many VRA cases in the courtroom and will be talking with us about what VRA litigation looks like and sharing some of the key lessons learned from key cases. We've also invited a panel of community representatives. Many of them are folks we've already heard from, including representatives from the Black Census and Redistricting Hub, from NALEO, and from Asian Americans Advancing Justice to share their perspectives on the VRA as it relates to the communities that they represent, and or the prospects for new Voting Rights Act legislation in a new session of Congress. As we all know, the elections shifted the makeup of Congress dramatically. And so there is a lot of talk about a new revised or modernized Voting Rights Act legislation moving forward, which presumably we would have to comply with. So to the extent that some of these groups are advocates on the ground pushing for this kind of legislation, if they have any information that they can share with us about what that looks like or timeline, we've also invited them to share about that.
Thank you. Questions, comments, or the, excuse me, subcommittee? Commissioner Turner?
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted clarification on your number 3, the Legal Affairs Committee. Are you asking for a new committee, or is it just that Commissioner Toledo would join your current commission? I wanted to confirm that. And then with just three commissioners, do we automatically then need to move to public, or are we still safe for the meetings of the committee in the same manner we've been having them?
I believe we need to move to public, and that's all good because we want those meetings to be public. In choosing counsel, VRA counsel, litigation counsel, certainly the 2010 commission, there were many many entities very keenly interested in that process among the public, and they received hundreds of comments. So we do want that to be public. We're envisioning that this would be a new and different committee, the Legal Affairs Committee. Our existing VRA subcommittee with Commissioner Sadwane and I will continue to exist to do to do smaller tasks for now, at least.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I think if I may just add on to Commissioner Yee, similar to the process of hiring other staff, we used the subcommittee model simply to review the applicants that we received and then come back and make recommendations to the full commission. I think it would be most likely a very similar process, but whereas we did all of that work I suppose behind closed doors, so to speak, for efficiency matters. For other hires, VRA and litigation counsel has a very particular emphasis that we understand the community is, of course, very interested in. We want to ensure that the review of those applications does occur in public, and so that's why we want to have to add another commissioner to it. And of course, as Commissioner Yee is a Republican, I'm a Democrat. Commissioner Toledo is an independent and is our only trained attorney on the commission. So we've asked him to join our efforts.
Any other questions? Commissioner Turner?
I guess point of clarification, is it required? I get the point that we want it to be public, and that's great. You're saying though, because it's 3, it has to be public. I mean, I thought we could do 3.
Ms. Marshall?
It's a requirement. So it's not the topic, it's the fact that it's 3 or more.
And so since we've dug into this, this was actually agendized. Thank you, Commissioners Yee and Sadwane, for doing that. I'm going to go on and appoint that committee. So I'm officially appointing the CRC Legal Affairs Subcommittee, VRA Counsel Litigation Subcommittee. What do you guys want to call it?
Legal Affairs Committee, and we're thinking to say committee rather than subcommittee, just to make it, since it's a little bit of a different animal with public meetings, just to use a little different terminology.
Let me ask counsel, is there a distinction between committee and subcommittee, and particularly with the chair's ability to appoint. Could you clarify that?
No.
Okay. So again, Commissioner Yee, what would you like to call it?
Legal Affairs Committee.
Okay, so I'm going to appoint the Legal Affairs Committee, which will be made up of Commissioners Sadwani, Yee, and Toledo. So as of now, we officially have that committee, and moving forward, do you want to be listed in the subcommittee updates list or no?
I don't think we had thought about that.
Okay. Well, do me a favor, let the incoming chair know when we get to our new agenda items and future meetings, you guys can let us know. Or you can let the incoming chair, Commissioner Taylor, know how you want to be listed in the upcoming agenda. I think next meeting's agenda is already set anyway, but for the subsequent ones.
We're also researching whether we may need our own lost my thought. Own rules, our own bylaws. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because we've been voting on things and so forth, right? So.
All right, great. So that's for another day, right? So we're all established there. Thank you so much. Any other questions for the, VRA subcommittee? Okay. Seeing Commissioner Fornashari, is that a question? No? Okay, seeing none, we'll move forward to the Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee, Commissioner Sinai and Vasquez.
Angela, Commissioner Vasquez, do you want to begin?
I wasn't aware that we had too
This is
much
legal. I need to step
substantive
in. We need to vote on that
sorry.
matter. This is legal. We need to vote on that matter. No, we don't.
Okay, I guess I need a.
I'm sorry. Okay. All right. So you have the option for the chair to appoint.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez?
The bulk of our updates were contained in the outreach plan draft that Director Hernandez submitted. So I'm not sure if we have additional updates. I mean, I know we have a task around developing some equity metrics.
I think the only thing I would add is that we're still looking at different topics, potential topics for learning opportunities so that when we engage face-to-face with the community, we can do our work better or stronger or however. So different commissioners are working on different panels over the next several meetings. And so if there's a topic, some of them are like sectors, because we've talked about communities of interest, but we haven't talked about sectors. So in the economic sector, the labor sector, education sector, environment and infrastructure are some of the stuff that came up. We're also looking kind of at active listening workshop, just so that we all are on the same page on what active listening. We've all had different trainings, but let's get on the same page on active listening. And then and we may also do implicit bias training. So this is all in preparation for being the face and engaged externally. And there's a lot of different commissioners working on different panels. I've just been trying to maintain the list. So if there's other topics that you all feel that are keeping you up at night when you're trying to figure out, wait, how do we figure out a community of interest based on a freeway or any other, let us know, let me know, let Commissioner Vasquez know. We can let you know if we've already thought that might be keeping you up at night, or we'll add it and ask you if you want to help create a panel.
Okay. Commissioner Claypool, did you have a comment? Director Claypool?
I did not.
Okay, thanks. Does any commissioners have questions, comments for the Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Commissioners Sinai and Vasquez. We'll move on to the Language Access Subcommittee, Commissioners Akutagawa and Hernandez.
Actually, we have action item number 13, so we'll be presenting our recommendations, and that will be on Wednesday.
Right, thank you very much. Moving on to the Materials Development Commission, excuse me, Subcommittee, Commissioners Hernandez and Sadwani. So you have an agenda item also.
Yes, yeah, we have an agenda item number 14, so that's
Okay. Moving on to the Data Management Subcommittee, Commissioners Ahmad and Turner.
Thank you, Chair. We just have some quick updates, nothing to take action on, so that would impact agenda item number 15. But a quick update. Myself and Dan, we met with USDR last week. They're making significant progress in developing a job description for an analyst position to help us with that data management aspect. We had a quick demo of Airtable, the tool that they are recommending and the tool that Commissioner Turner and I heard over and over again in our fact-finding mission. If folks are interested, a quick Google search of Airtable will populate a variety of different videos on that platform. They did have a question, however, regarding what we anticipate the number of inputs to be, aka public comment. I know previously in the 2010 cycle, we had about 22,000, and their curiosity around this was more so tied to the financial aspect of which package to purchase with the Airtable tool in terms of the capability of hosting a certain number of comments. I know it's kind of hard for us to say at this time what that number would look like. However, they were hoping that we would have a ballpark estimate of what we are hoping for. There is capability to upgrade that software if the need becomes a little bit more apparent to be able to host additional public comments. Dan, do you have anything additional to add from our call last week?
No, only it still amazes me how hard those folks work for free. But no, it was a great meeting, and they're doing a good job for us.
I think, and Dan, you had definitely more insights into this in terms of the timeline of what we are hoping for next steps to be. So as USDR finalizes the job description, we're hoping to go through an interagency agreement if we are able to find that talent. If not, then we would have to go the traditional contracting route. And Dan, you can highlight more about the pros and cons of whichever the next step would be, but I believe we will have something more concrete for folks to react to at our next meeting.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed. Go ahead, Dan.
Just to say that obviously, interagency agreement is going to be the fastest way we can possibly get to the type of person we're looking for. They had also discussed whether we needed two persons, one for data analysis versus one for data management. We were clearly hoping that we would find someone who could do both, but that's a tall order given the types of jobs that they would do. So we may end up with two individuals in this job description just based on that. And we would like to, I think, Commissioner Ahmad, we wanted to have them on board as early as possible, hoping for maybe a March or mid-March deployment of this, because we want to have them ahead of the amount of information that's going to start flowing in, particularly from the COI tool. Earlier, Commissioner Anderson had spoken about wanting to really start that COI tool right now. Fortunately, we know that all the information that COI tool brings in will be permanently stored with the statewide database, so we don't risk losing anything in a transfer, and that's very fortunate for us. So those are the timelines as I understood them.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. I was just on the question of 22,000 and not knowing exactly what number we would want to use. If we use that, we're hoping that our activation rate is 1 out of 1,000. That comes out to a minimum of 40,000. So I just thought I would put that out there since 22 was the figure that was used before.
Commissioner Fornashari?
Do we know what the tipping point would be? The number, the threshold, that requires the more expensive software?
I have not looked into that myself, but I'm sure a quick search will result that. That's a good question and for consideration.
Director Claypool?
I would be surprised if they don't have a sliding scale, and I would be really surprised if we couldn't up our capacity as we needed it. That's just looking at the type of service it is. I think that's probably going to be the way it is. So undoubtedly they'll handle the capacity we need them to handle.
Commissioner Fornashari?
Do they host the data somehow, or do we have to have a server that hosts the data ourselves?
Director Claypool?
We need to check in on that. We obviously should have had you in that meeting. So no, we'll check in on the host, who's going to host it.
Any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Commissioners Ahmed and Turner. Now we're going to move to the grant subcommittee of Commissioners Akutagawa and myself. Commissioner Akutagawa?
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just start and just say that Commissioner Lamont and I have had a chance to meet with staff, with Director Hernandez, with Ms. Kaplan, and also Director Seha. And so we are making some progress. There is some additional information that we felt that we needed to have in terms of information and other questions that the two of us had before we presented anything further to the rest of the commission. And so I'll just stop there. Commissioner Lamont, if you want to share anything further.
No, I don't have anything additional. Any questions for the grants subcommittee? Commissioner Turner?
Is the additional information needed from us, or you're just going to go back and do more research?
It's more research. There are specific things that Commissioner Lamont and I had in terms of process, as well as in terms of just being able to understand the various options that we would want to present to the full commission. And there were some open questions that we felt that for all of us to make an informed decision, we felt we needed some additional details. And so the staff are working to get us those additional details. And we were concerned about just being able to present partial information, which then could lead to additional directions in which we are not prepared to go right now. And we felt it would be best if we had the full set of information so that we can all make an informed decision and then decide what would be the right directions.
Any additional questions for the grant subcommittee? Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Akutagawa. Moving on to the Community of Interest Tools Subcommittee, Commissioners Akutagawa and Kennedy.
Commissioner Akutagawa, do you want to start?
I'll just start by just saying that we did have a brief conversation via email with the statewide database, and just want to announce that they have done a soft launch of the COI tool, or the Communities of Interest tool, and that they are working on the additional rollouts of the various translations to make available of the Communities of Interest tool. And Commissioner Kennedy, I think there may be other things that you may want to update the rest of the commission on.
Thanks, yes. So basically at this point, they're testing to make sure that it's working as planned, and as they implement additional languages, they'll be testing each of those to make sure that it is functioning as planned. They did say that they are still working on gathering information to submit quotes to us as requested for translation into Hmong and Thai. So that's still outstanding, and they're working on that. Excuse me. They did say that they're looking to hear from us regarding our drawmycommunity.ca.gov URL that we had asked staff to obtain for us, and we've touched base with staff. Staff are getting us an update on the status of that request, but it looks like that will not be a problem. The one other thing is I sent them a follow-up question regarding storage of translation. So imagine we get input in through the Communities of Interest tool in Spanish or Vietnamese or any of these other languages. So the data that we receive from statewide database will contain exactly what the user submitted. We would then have to get any text translated into English. And we had a very brief discussion in a previous meeting about how that translation would be stored. So the response that we received from statewide database is that's something that we need to take up with our data management contractors. So we would receive a dump from statewide database of exactly what the end users input. And anything over and above that, we would need to take up with our data management contractor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, commissioners? Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. This subcommittee, it's not actually exactly a question, but I think it answers exactly what Commissioner Fornichari was saying. That has been the discussion going all along. The COI tool information comes to us. We indeed have to store it. And the data management, I believe that's just a software, the Airtable. And so, yeah, we need to store all this information. And then our data management people is taking care, is then sorting through that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Anderson. I do have a question regarding this matter. Well, it's an observation, which has struck a curiosity. So we're going to receive this information through the COI tool in language other than English. And then that's going to come to us and we're going to translate it. How are we going to manage any follow-up communication that we have to have back? Because that, in my opinion, would need to be in the language that it was submitted to us. I don't know if we've really thought about it. I think we thought about it very one-directional, and it may not need to be more than one-directional, but if it needs to be more than one-directional, then we're going to have a mechanism in place to take that information that's been translated into English for our review. Then if we have some response feedback, it's going to have to be translated back into the language that it was presented to us in order to get it back to whomever submitted it, if we're going to have a feedback loop. So I just put that out there. Maybe the Language Access Committee could take up that thought, as well as the COI tool and any of the other subcommittees that are managing information input, and how we're going to handle that in a non-one directional way. Anyone else have any questions or comments for the subcommittee? Commissioner Hernandez?
I thought that the COI tool response or submittals were just one way. We don't respond back to them because we don't have their email addresses or anything like that.
Okay, Director Claypool?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing earlier, but yes, we only have that one coming in. In the 2010, if there was a response that was needed, then we just simply had the translation and went back out to the individual through the same person would translate it coming in. And I would picture the same thing happening here if we received that type of information, say as an attachment to an email or a telephone call, that we would establish that two-way communication when needed. However, in the 2010, it was pretty rare. that we had those types of translations, even amongst those 22,000 where we went back out to someone. It was mainly just the flow into us.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I will move on to the Cybersecurity Subcommittee, Commissioners Fornashari and Taylor.
We didn't really have anything, and I don't have the answer to the question that came up earlier today, but we'll be working on it.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's move on to lessons learned, Commissioners Ahmed and Kennedy.
At this point, just to continue to remind colleagues to send us items that they would like to have discussed at a much later date once we get into our lessons learned discussions. We've circulated an outline of principal topics that we foresee being discussed. We'd be happy to take on board any suggestions as far as additional topics, but count on all of you to continue to feed into our lessons learned process. Commissioner Ahmed?
You said it all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we've completed our subcommittee reports. Thank you all for all the hard work that you've done between meetings to bring this valuable information back to the commission. Moving on to agenda item number 10, we already handled that during the subcommittee reports. Thank you again to Commissioners Yi Sadwani and Commissioner Toledo for taking on this new committee. We look forward to your efforts. A reminder that agenda item number 11 has been tabled for a future meeting. And so that brings us to agenda item number 12, outreach zones, Commissioner Sinai and Vasquez.
Thank you. We've had long discussions on the outreach zones, and we've selected commissioners had self-selected themselves as leads. I do think that Commissioner Hernandez has one comment she wanted to make on the map.
Okay, Commissioner Hernandez.
Actually, I don't have, I think, let's see, Director Sehai has this, but so once we started working on the materials and Director Sehai actually put the zones in California. And so it's not numeric, it doesn't numerically follow from north to south. So I was wondering if maybe, and if nobody else cares, that's no big deal, but maybe if we could switch a couple of the numbering of the zones to just make it flow better. And I don't know if, Director Sehai, could you share that? Could you share your screen with us for that so they can kind of understand what I'm saying? Because before it didn't really stand out to me until I actually saw it on a map.
You're going to share that map, Director Sehai? Okay.
Yes, I think.
So are there any other, while Director Sehai is pulling up the map, are there any other questions, concern, feedback with regard to the zones? Okay, so it looks like we'll take a look at the map and see whether or not renumbering is necessary.
Okay. So, there we go.
You need to get your new computer ready.
Yeah. It's like dial up right now.
Okay. So as you can see, if you look at North California, you've got zone 3, 2, and 1. So I was thinking, well, why don't we swap like 3 and 1 in terms of the numbering? So at least it's kind of flowing. And the other one I was thinking of was maybe swapping 8 and 9. But if it doesn't really matter to anyone else, it just, for me, it just didn't flow as well.
Okay, commissioners? I can't see everyone. So Commissioner Yee, I can see you, and Commissioner Taylor.
I'll be obsessive compulsive and say yes. I would love to have them flow in order. So I support renumbering.
I do too. That's Anderson.
Okay.
This is getting very partisan.
Is there any objections to the recommendation to renumber the zones? Again, I can't see everyone, so just feel free to speak right out if you object. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Hey, you know, the 8 and 9 don't bother me as much as the 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
Because I think 5 is in the middle between the 6 and the 7. So, I mean, if we're going to get nitpicky like that, I guess I'll just say that.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you for the excessive compulsive label. I will admit to that. And just for Commissioner Kutagawa, I thought of that too, but I was trying to think of like the least number of movements that we can do. But whatever everyone, I do know that Commissioner Sadwani did say, don't change my zone number. So I'll try to be sensitive to that, right?
Oh, I'm fine with it.
So Commissioner Sinai and Vasquez, I believe you were the architects. Do you have any objections to
No, the only
renumbering?
reason we had kept the numbers this way was when people were choosing their committees, they were getting themselves all confused. So we tried to change the minimum number of committee numbers as possible at that time. Because I did it both ways, and I finally just said, you know what, I'm going to keep it as simple as possible, because some people still refer to the number versus the name. So as I told Commissioner Hernandez when she asked me, I said, I don't care. I mean,
Okay.
I want it to work for all of you.
So here's where we are. We're about to vote on this. So what I'd like is for someone to, whomever, if Commissioner Hernandez or Director Seha already has this nomenclature worked out because you've talked about it, to do a quick down and dirty renumbering. So when we vote on this, we're voting on the zones the way we are going to use and refer to them. And we do want to get to the vote. So why don't we allow you to work on that? Can you, Director Seha, work on that? Do you have enough intel to do the renumbering and be prepared to present the new numbered map so we can see it? Yes?
Could I just add top to bottom, left to right?
Okay. So we're going to move on while you do that, and we'll come back. So staff will work on that, and then we'll come back to vote on the map. So with that, let's move on to agenda item number 14, which is the outreach plan and materials for Commissioners Hernandez and Sadwani.
Okay. So let's see. Director Sehat, hold off on renumbering right now. So we had a couple of great meetings regarding this subcommittee, and just so what we're reviewing today, so that everybody's aware, this will be for our informational educational presentations. And so what we really want to concentrate on is the presentation itself. We also, when I say we, it was really probably Directors Hernandez and Seha also have.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hernandez. Let me interrupt you for a second. So it sounds like Director Seha is a part of this agenda item. Okay, yeah. I really need him busy. So we're going to move. We're going to come back to this. I apologize. Director Seha, could you please work on the map? And then we will move to agenda item number 15, data management. Is he a part of you guys' presentation as well? Okay, so we're going to we're going to proceed with Commissioner Ahmed and Turner.
Yeah, there was no action that we need during this meeting.
Oh, so you guys are all good?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't. You know what? Language access. We might need to do it tomorrow. We'll see. We'll get to that a little later. Okay. So why don't we take a 15-minute break and allow the map to get renumbered. And when we return from the break, we will vote on the map for our zones and then move back into agenda item number 14. Okay, so I will see you all back here at 2:40. Excuse me, Commissioner Kennedy, yes.
Just a reminder, if we're going to vote on it, we're going to take public comment as well.
Yeah, we're going to do all that, but we need to see it first and talk about it. Then we'll let we got that part.
Okay.
All right, see you guys at 2:40. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Before the break, we had some discussion about the item number, 12, the outreach zone map, and we're going to renumber the zones so that we could vote on the map. So let's move right into that and have the subcommittee present the new map. Whoever's presenting, Director Say, how are you presenting the new map? For everybody's review and discussion.
Share the screen. There we go.
If you want to just talk us through it real quick, and then we'll take any questions, and then hopefully no one will be shy to put a motion forward.
Sure. So we renumbered the zones, moving from top to bottom, left to right. So zone number 1 now becomes Del Norte, Humboldt, Mendocino, Annapolis, Sonoma, and Trinity. Zone 2 becomes Butte, Colusa, Glen, Lassen, Modoc, Plumas, Shasta, Tahoma. Zone 3 becomes Alameda, Contra Costa, Marin, San Francisco, San Mateo, Santa Clara, Solano. Zone 4 becomes El Dorado, Nevada, Placer, Sacramento, Sierra, Sutter, Yolo, and Yuba. Zone 5 becomes Monterey, San Benito, San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, Santa Cruz, and Ventura. Zone 6 becomes Fresno, Kern, Kings, Madera, Merced, San Joaquin, Stanislao, and Tulare. Zone 7 becomes Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, Inyo, Mariposa, Mano, and Tehachapi, I believe. Zone 8 becomes Los Angeles. Zone 9 now becomes Riverside, San Bernardino. 10 becomes Orange, and 11 remains Imperial, San Diego.
Okay, any questions or comments from commissioners? Again, unfortunately, I can't see you, so just jump right in.
There you go.
Any hands? Let's see. Okay, barring any questions, would someone like to make a motion to approve this map as our official zone map for outreach? Go ahead, Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay. I move to approve the map as it was just numbered.
Okay.
I'll second. And it's Tuolumne, I think, not Tehachapi.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Yee. Okay, I'd like to go to public comment before we go to vote. Jesse, could you open the lines for public comment, please? And that'll be specifically on the outreach zone map.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 918-3780-3898 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID number, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comments. You will also hear an automated message to press *9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you, and you will hear an automated message that says, "The host would like you to talk," and to press *6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking public comment on the Outreach Zone map vote at this time. Good afternoon, caller. Please state and spell your name for the record, please.
This is Debbie McElroy, DebbieMcElroy. Hello again. And now that you just voted on using numbers for your zones, I just want to call your attention to the fact that District 1 in California is what you've just called Zone 2, and District 2 is what you just called Zone 1. So you may want to reconsider and call your zones alphabetic zones so there's no confusion from a person that lives in District 1 that they are in now Zone 2 for your educational purposes. That's just my suggestion for you, but that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Elroy. Do we have any other callers, Jesse?
There are currently no other callers in the queue, Chair.
Okay, so we'll wait a few moments to see if there are any additional callers that join us. Okay, Jesse, we'll close public comment on this item and come back to commission. Commissioner Sinai, could you just explain what the purpose of the zone map is, just for everyone listening? Because we talked a lot about having, we've used different descriptors with the census map, et cetera, et cetera. So if you want to just take a few seconds to reiterate the purpose of that map and how we're using it, because I think that the caller, of course, raises a interesting point. And this is not like we're going to be referring to these communities by these zone numbers. These are for our internal organizing purposes. So if you could speak to that, I think you have you as a part of that subcommittee that created it, could speak most intelligently to it. And then once we do that, we're going to move to complete the vote. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. I would start off on what the chair said earlier today, that the commission, the Citizen Redistricting Commission, 2020 Commission, we want to have a commission that reaches the widest number and swath of California. And the best way to start that is what we had said earlier, was this, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. No elephants have been hurt in that statement. But the idea is also we're anxious to get out. We've been anxious to get out there and engage with the community, and we can't do that in the way we would have liked. So the zone outreach maps has given us, the zones has given us an opportunity to work in teams across both people who are, someone who is from that region, as well as someone who's not from that region, as well as across parties, and work with someone you haven't worked with closely. So it has been, it's an opportunity for us as commissioners to get to know each other, as well as get to know the communities better. And we have, one call usually ends up giving you 3 or 4 more people or organizations to talk to. And it's in our effort to build that relationship, learn from the community, and hear from the community. And that's been informing our outreach plans, as well as opportunities to ask questions. Like, you know, in the very northern part of the state, we've been really interested in how do you do outreach when there isn't internet access that's reliable. And one of the things that we've learned is that to use postcards, and so we're learning different methods in different areas and learning about different languages. For instance, the Hmong community did not come up in the census last time in the very northern part, and now it is a significant community, and how that was discovered. So uncovered, I should say. So we're hoping, for right now, this is our outreach, and as we move and learn as a commission, we may choose to use the teams or these zones in different ways. But for right now, it's just to be able to make a state that has 40 million people in it manageable and allow us to go deeper.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I wanted to ask Commissioner Vasquez if she wanted to add anything.
No, that was a great summary.
Thank you both. And again, thank you for all the hard work that you guys put into getting us to this point. So with that, if there's no additional comments from commissioners, I'd like to move to the vote. Seeing none, I'm sorry, Commissioner Anderson.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I'm just, since those large areas often called are, different districts, and we have them sort of reversed, should we just, instead of calling them zone 1, 2, 3, why don't we go ABC? I mean, is there a reason not to do that? Or because we will use shorthand, we will call them zone such and such, and there could be confusion, which, I mean, if we don't need to have confusion, but that's just a thought.
Okay, there's a Commissioner Yee.
I'll support that recommendation from the caller and Commissioner Anderson. I think it'd be a nice break and help us get unconfused from the former numbering.
Okay. It looks like there's a general consensus, so it looks like we're going to convert 1 through 11 through A through whatever the 11th letter of the alphabet is. Hopefully no one has any harsh reactions to any of the letters between that first 11 that we have to leave out or omit for some ungodly reason. So Director Seha, could you adjust the map to the letters so that we could be prepared to show that map and vote on that map? So this will just take a second. For Commissioner Hernandez.
I'm good with that. I actually thought of going that way first, but I tried to keep it as simple as possible. So I would have to amend my motion.
Okay.
Then amend it through the A through J. Is that right? I only have.
Well, I think actually wasn't your motion to approve the map. So we're going to just we're going to edit it and then you can read it. Or if you want to withdraw it, and then we can just read. Oh, but then we have to go to public comment again. Council?
Just amend the motion.
Okay. Thank you. So when he gets done, Commissioner Hernandez, you'll amend the motion and we'll move forward. And do please, Director Seha, share your screen so that everyone can see it, and it'll also be a part of the video record.
Sharing now. Okay. So zones A through K.
I don't like F.
Commissioner Turner's being playful. Okay, and then of course you'll fix the key chart as well. And so while he's working on that, Director Claypool, this is regarding posting. So I'd like us to be able to get this posted as well as an updated page, update to the agenda posted as well. We'll talk more about that when we get to agenda item number 18. So we'd like to have staff on standby to be able to make those adjustments for the meeting so that tomorrow when we convene, the new documents will be available.
Will do.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're all set. Okay, Commissioner Hernandez, would you put forward your amended motion?
Yes, I will amend my motion to go with what the document we have here that renames our zones A through K.
The second, is that Commissioner Yee? Seconds? Can you go on verbally, Commissioner Yee?
I second the amended motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to accept the zone map as amended to reflect A through whatever that other letter was, K, I think. Wanda, could you call the map, please? I mean, not call the map, call the vote, please.
Yes. Okay. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanai?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo?
Yes.
Commissioner Turner?
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Yee?
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmed?
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez? Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
And Commissioner Lamont?
Yes.
Thank you. And motion passes.
Thank you. And thank you, commissioners, for making those changes efficiently and succinctly. I thought that was a job well done. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 13. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not 13. Don't panic. 14, outreach plan. Outreach plan and materials, Commissioners Hernandez and Sadwani.
Okay, so, as I mentioned earlier, what we'll be reviewing right now is our educational information presentations. So directors Hernandez and Ceja, and I'm sure his staff, they've all put together a great first draft. So we'll be going through the PowerPoint presentation. They also did draft a script that will go with the PowerPoint. So at this point, we really want to concentrate on the PowerPoint because the script part we can always change later in terms of match to whatever changes were made to the PowerPoint. And I think that was probably it. Again, kudos to the communications area for doing this. I think it was a great job in terms of what they did. And then I'm going to pass it on to fellow Commissioner Sodwani.
Sure, just to jump on there as well. I mean, I think Freddie and the team and Alvaro were very busy over the holidays. So a big thank you for all the work you've been doing during this time period. I feel like we're finally moving leaps and bounds ahead. As we look at the PowerPoint, I would just stress if there are grammatical issues or wordsmithing pieces, make note, email it to us, and we can certainly make those changes. I think the best use of our time would be really thinking about and looking at kind of the large concepts of the PowerPoint, how it flows together. If there's anything that we're really missing or overlooking or misrepresenting also, of course. And then I think the other piece is just simply that my understanding, and Freddie or Mr. Seha, please, correct me if I'm wrong, but the idea is that we're putting this out as a template. When you go out to do your, your presentations, you can always make some adjustments to it, make it work for you. So it's meant to be kind of flexible and fluid, so that each commissioner can kind of take this template and basics of knowledge and adapt it to what makes the most sense for you all. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Seha.
The day of communications today. So I'm gonna open up and share the PowerPoint presentation. Here we go. Okay, can everyone see the screen?
Yes.
Yes, okay, perfect. So what we did, this is a continuation of the graphics that you'll see on the website. We did a PowerPoint presentation to help you do your outreach. And really the point of this is to standardize what we're saying out in the community, giving you the option, of course, to amend this as you see fit to cater to the different populations that we're going to be talking to. So this first slide is just a pretty common introduction to California redistricting. We always want to point out that we are doing California redistricting, as different redistricting processes will be taking place around the state at different levels. And we took some of Mr. Levitt's slides in slide 2 and 3 from his presentation when he presented to the commission. So what is redistricting? Just a pretty plain definition: drawing and redrawing the lines that determine which voters are represented by each legislative seat. Moving on to slide 3, why we redraw district lines. So as Mr. Levitt noted, communities grow and shrink. People are born, they die, and they move. Areas where there was once roughly the same number of people become lopsided, and districts now need to be redrawn. So in the narrative, we talk about demographic shifts, the fact that people have moved in and out of California, and even around internally inside California. So that's made a difference in terms of population in districts. So we need to come back and redraw those lines. So why do we do redistricting? We talk about the census, the fact that it happens every 10 years. And after that, the next part is actually redistricting. We talk about reapportionment, the allocation of House seats among the states, and this is done at the national level. And then as far as fair representation, the fact that historically legislators have drawn maps that allowed them to choose their voters rather than enabling voters to choose their representatives. So now we're seeing a shift in that dynamic, where this former system undermined the concept of fair representation. We're giving people the power back to redraw their own lines and identify their own communities. As far as the history, this is where the education process comes in. We want to talk about the fact that prior to 2010, legislators drew their lines. Then came Prop 11, the Voters First Act, which gives us the opportunity to draw the lines. Prop 20 then added congressional districts. We talk about the move from census to redistricting and why it's so important. After census, we always talk about the allocation of resources for communities. while this is just as important as we determine the lines that determine those districts. We introduced a 2010 inaugural redistricting commission. We talk about this redistricting commission and the process it took to get us here. And then the fact that other states are following suit, Arizona, Colorado, Idaho, Michigan, Montana, Washington, all use independent commissions to redraw their lines. So it's something that's catching fire nationwide, and California was a leader. So who we are, this is the 2020 commissioners, 14 members. Again, I'm missing one picture. So hopefully we'll get that in so that we have a complete pictures for all 14 members. It gives your city where you're from, that you're representing, and the political affiliation so that people know that there is actually political representation for all three factions of our political parties here in California. We then jump into the commissioner selection and duties. The fact that we started with commissioner applications, 20,000, 120 applicants were invited to interview and screen. Then we had legislative strikes. So the Senate and Assembly got 12 strikes each party, actually, not each body, but each party. Then a lottery system gave us our first 8 individuals who then selected the final 6. And then our charge with regards to community outreach, we're actually going to be going to do not redistricting 101, but redistricting, I forget what basics sessions to let people know about the process, to let people know how to use the COI tool. Then we'll be going out to do input sessions where we'll actually be taking input to draw the lines. And then finally drawing the maps, which goes through the process of going to get certified with the State Controller's Office. We then move to the outreach zones. We want to let people know that we're dividing this, and we just went through this exercise now of renumbering or relettering and or changing the zones here. So we'll let people know that we have this in place for education purposes only. Of course, we want to stress that out so that people don't get scared when they look at this and say, hey, you left out my community, or you're giving one community more attention than another. This is purely for planning purposes for us to get in touch with the communities of interest and the organizations in those zones so that we can do that first touch, which is the introductory presentation, which is pretty much this, the PowerPoint presentation. Line drawing criteria, we want to, part of the education process, let people know what you have to weigh as a commission when you're drawing these maps, right? So equal population, you have to comply with the Voting Rights Act. You have to look at districts that are contiguous, respect the boundaries of neighborhoods and communities of interest. They have to be geographically compact. They have to be adjacent districts and not favor or discriminate against an incumbent candidate or political party when we're drawing these lines. So what's a community of interest? People are going to be hearing that throughout this presentation a lot. It defines a community of interest. What it is, it's pretty much a set group of people with shared social and economic interest. And then we give examples of what these might be. It might be people with similar living standards. They use the same transportation facilities, have similar work opportunities, or have access to the same media. And then we ask the public, so how do you define your community? Using geographic boundaries, landmarks, how would you, we begin to pose a question so that they can start getting into the practice of describing their community, which is what we asked them to do with the COI tool. Then your voice, why is it important? Why should you get involved? And your role in the process. So this is really where we start talking about, you need to prepare a narrative for public input meetings. This is how you describe your community and give examples of how to describe your community. All prepping folks to give that public input that we're going to be seeking when we go out into the community. So these are tips from some of our community partners. When I talked about earlier, those fact sheets that they have that tell people how to get involved, how to get ready for hearings, how to create their testimony. These are some of the tips that we found from their materials. Participating in the process, you want to familiarize yourself with criteria. You want to organize your community. You want to clarify your goals. What are you trying to accomplish? Whether it's keeping your community together or making sure that your district looks somewhat similar to what it is now. Testifying at hearings, that's our main goal, and going out to the community. Advocate for your community and define your community or someone else will. I love that phrase because it's so true. And then we finally introduced the COI tool. So again, we'll be connecting folks to the actual website where they can reach this tool. We'll be describing the fact that it's very similar to Google Maps software where you can go on, draw your map, and then draw a line around it, and then submit it as public comment to the commission. Timeline, again, this is going to change. I know that Commissioner Kennedy's updating the Gantt chart, so I'll update this accordingly. But pretty much letting people know, that we're going out to do education sessions from February to March, April to May public hearings. We'll mix in their line drawing sessions, continue with public hearings, do line drawing sessions again, do the first set of draft maps, go out to the community again, and then do final maps and submit them to the Secretary of State. And that date, the August 15th, is still pending based on the data delays. And then finally, contact us. If you want us to present to your community, get a hold of us. Marcy Kaplan is the manager for outreach on our team. And if not, you can also go on our website and submit comments so that we can get a hold of you. And that's what we have so far. The narrative is a lot more extensive and gives a lot more examples, but also entices the public to participate through a series of questions that we ask. Like, what do you know about redistricting? How do you define your community? We have ample opportunities for them to engage by asking them questions.
Thank you for that, Director Ceja. Commissioner Sinai?
Sorry, I jumped the gun there. I just wanted, I think it's great, and it's so nice to kind of see the story, the narrative moving forward. And we've spoken that, this is the idea on this whole presentation is for an hour, but many times we'll be asked to do 15 or around there, 15 minutes. One of the pieces I think is really important, though, since we're trying to get out there as far and wide as possible, is really explaining the different types of redistricting efforts and letting people know which redistricting effort, or using the dog park example that was used by the Dolores Huerta Foundation. If I'm interested in creating a park or putting water in a dog park, that would be city council versus. So even if there was a slide that kind of showed the different, we're doing these four, and this is what these four represent. And in your district, and as we're getting to know our zones, we could find out what other redistricting efforts are taking place in our zone, so we can include it in our presentation. And you may also know that in San Diego, Southwestern College is doing a redistricting effort, the County of San Diego is doing one, and the City of San Diego. But just constantly trying to do outreach for the other redistricting efforts and differentiate ourselves at the same time. It just feels like a slide on that would be really helpful.
Commissioner Fornashari, then Anderson.
So I wrote up some feedback and I sent it to Directors Ceja and Hernandez. Sorry, I didn't copy Fernandez and Sudwani. I am going to channel my Commissioner Fernandez here a little bit. And if you read it, Director Ceja, you kind of know where I'm going. I think language is critically important here, and clarity is critically important here. And to me, there's a couple terms that are ambiguous that we keep using. And one is drawing lines, and the other is map. And I mean, drawing lines is a little ambiguous because we don't actually draw lines. Lines are an outcome, not an action. We choose census blocks or block groups, and then lines are an outcome. But that's sort of a footnote, right? we're looking for a couple of different types of maps, right? We're looking for a community of interest map, input from folks, and then we're going to draw maps. We're going to draw 4 different kind of maps, 4 different types of districts. And so I think we need to just keep in mind that we need to be clear about what we're doing. If you look at slide 14, for instance, you've got 3 different line drawing times we're doing line drawings. And so that would imply those are all the same thing, and they're not, right? And so we need to just be crystal clear on what we mean. And when, because the first ones are public input meetings, right? We're collecting communities of interest input. And so I just want to throw that out there to be that we're communicating clearly and unambiguously.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Anderson, then Turner, then Akutagawa, then Kennedy.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. I don't have to say that part. Thank you very much. One thing I would say on, and I didn't number the slides, but it's the participating in the process. You say clarify your goals, testify at hearings. Big bold should be submit your ideas, because again, we keep on saying this, public hearings. I don't want them to instantly think, oh, that means there's going to be a great big gathering, when there probably will not be. So again, the definition of it, but definitely put in there. It's not just testify, because that may or may not happen. It may, be the submit. And then the line drawings, and then clarification on public hearings. We need to, again, decide exactly how, because they're very different, what's going on. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to go back a little bit and thank you for all of the incredible work that's here. We've mentioned that on our outreach efforts, we want to use these documentations to both standardize what's going to be said, and then it was also suggested that we'd have opportunity to amend it. I'm wondering if we need to come to an agreement, or at least have some discussion on what minimally is required for each one of these presentations. And I'm concerned, even as it relates down, maybe for future litigation or complaint of meetings that's being held, a lot of minimized meetings as opposed to the full presentation. And if we will be tracking what type of presentation we delivered. So I do feel that I'm glad for the prompts and for the presentation, PowerPoints, all of those things. But I want to make sure that even if it's driven by the public, if they say, well, we only want you to only have 15 minutes, we only have 20 minutes or whatever, even if it's a request by them, I don't want to in any way give the impression that we've done 5 or 6 meetings, but they were all very short meetings. And my short meeting, if I'm only going to get 15 minutes, I'd like to know across the board that a 15-minute minimally included these items. And so I'm just trying to see how we can, or the team, the subcommittee can say, if it's a 15-minute meeting, for us from a standardized perspective, we know at least this was covered.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Akutagawa?
Thank you. So first off, great work on the PowerPoint. Commissioner Turner, I really do appreciate what you just said. I think that makes sense, that if we have specific talking points that we must include, and then we kind of personalize it according to our own style, then that makes sense. So that way, then we know that we're all singing the same song and with the same words, not just the tune. I also want to just go back to the question that I think it might have been Commissioner Sinai that might have brought this up, about mentioning or making the distinctions between the different redistricting efforts. As far as I know, I think all, cities, counties, even school districts are going to be doing their own redistricting efforts, no? Or were you just talking about just the independent ones?
Oh, no, I was just saying not every single school district is doing it, or every county. it's not unified.
But I would think that cities and counties that have their council and I guess supervisory districts will all have to undergo some kind of redistricting, whether it's done by the currently elected people or whether it's by independent. And I just wanted to make that distinction. If it's just really an independent or semi-independent body, then maybe that's what we should note. Otherwise, then it could be just a really extensive list. So I just wanted that clarification.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I also agree with Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Kutagawa. There needs to be a slide that helps people understand the distinction between what we're doing and what any other redistricting body in the state might be doing during this period. That is such terrain for confusion. We're going to save ourselves a lot of trouble if we have an explanation of that up front. Second, and this is related to Commissioner Turner's comments, I fully agree that we need kind of different versions of this, but as has been said, we all need to be on the same wavelength. And to me, the best way to ensure that we're all on the same wavelength is to make whatever base document we start with as comprehensive as possible. We can then either mark stuff as mandatory, or we can, drop stuff as needed to fit within the time. But I think we're going to get into more trouble if we have a very simple document and let everybody do their own thing as far as what gets added to it, because we don't know how it's going to be added. Whereas if we start with everything in there and let things be dropped, we'll at least know that everything that is presented consistently across zones and commissioners. And I realize that we want to, or that the idea was to discuss the script separately, but since they're both intricately intertwined, I'm going to again say, I'm okay with the timeline in the PowerPoint if we're saying the target date for submitting final maps to the Secretary of State is the 15th of August. I'm not fine, I'm far from fine with the language in the script saying district maps must be presented to the Secretary of State by August 15th, because that's just not true. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. I'd like to make a recommendation as it relates to the PowerPoint. I'd like to recommend that we have at least, well, I'll say at least 4. So to piggyback on what Commissioner Kennedy was saying, as well as Commissioner Turner and others, I think we have the standard 60-minute PowerPoint. And then if we're going to do it in whatever number of increments, like if we're willing to take a 15-minute presentation, a 30, a 45, and a 60, or only willing to do a 15, 30, and 60, whatever it's going to be, then you can pare it down based upon that. So the 15-minute presentation will hit these points, the 30-minute will hit this, the 45 will hit that, and the 60 will be the full comprehensive. So that way we know when we're booking our time, which PowerPoint we're using, and we know that it stands consistent. And then that way it's not a whole lot of room for content adjustment as much as it's just style that's different. So you're bringing your style, your flair, your bravado, whatever it is that you bring, but you're keeping the content consistent. So that would be my recommendation in trying to assure that point. Commissioner Furnishari.
So first off, I want to apologize. I was remiss. I wanted to just get right into my point, and I should have thanked you all for your hard work. It was a really nice job. So sorry about that. I want to kind of echo on something Commissioner Kennedy said and something that I put in my comments. This, if we're going to post this thing up on our website, whoever is going to download it, and they are going to say whatever they have to say. And so if that's the approach we're going to take, I think we have to err on the side of having as much information in the presentation as we can. So somebody can take the presentation, read it, and understand it. As it's written now, you have to have background information to be able to explain all those bullet points. And we can't assume that whoever has the presentation has the talking points. So, I know it's a lot of work, but I would err on the side of really making this a robust, standalone document that you can read, but also present to.
Commissioner Kutagawa, excuse me, before you start, Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have your hand up, Director Claypool? No, okay. Commissioner Kutagawa?
I was just going to perhaps maybe make a suggestion based on what Commissioner Fornachari said, that on any kind of PowerPoint, you don't want lots and lots of text, but there's the notes section in the PowerPoint that then all of the detail and the talking points that anybody would need could be in there, so that then they can take what they need and then still give a similar presentation without every single piece of detailed information on the chart itself.
Any other comments, feedback? Commissioner Hernandez?
I guess my really big concern right now is if we try to make it more robust, again, my understanding was that this presentation was supposed to be kind of like the initial introduction. We don't want to lose anyone, so we don't want to make it too technical and all that good stuff. And we also don't want it to be like a 30-minute presentation and then we don't have time for questions or answers. So I think how we approached it was it's just your first touch to redistricting. And yes, we can put something in there in terms of the different redistricting efforts that are also going at the same time. That's a very good point. And then number two, if we are going to post it, maybe an option, instead of posting this PowerPoint presentation, maybe we actually post a video of somebody giving the presentation instead of that way others can just share that video instead of their interpretation of what we meant or reading between the lines or adding more than the purpose of it. So I think I'm just at a little bit of loss in terms of, we thought this was just going to be the initial educational piece of it. So we didn't want to try to lose too many people by doing, like a full hour of a PowerPoint presentation and leaving no room for like questions or answers or having them or being able to walk through the COI tool or whatever the case may be. And I mean, for me, initially, you probably don't want a super long presentation. You don't want to lose people, honestly. And maybe I'm wrong in my way of thinking. So.
Commissioner Zablani?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo Commissioner Fernandez there. I agree. And I think what we haven't shown you, what we also haven't had time to review yet, is that Freddie had also prepared a number of additional pieces, the FAQ, which he mentioned, the FAQ, the fact sheets, and that was all meant to actually live on the website as well. So a lot of the more robust information that we're talking about, I think will be on our website, even if it may not be in this PowerPoint necessarily. So for example, there was a lot more information about the selection process, what was Prop 11, a greater detail on all of those pieces. So that was my sense, and I just agree with Commissioner Fernandez. We took this as, if you're going out to the community, what are you going to say? What are you going to show? And in that perspective, having slides, in fact, I think it was Freddie, I told you to take some of the words off, was, hey, we want this to be easy for folks to get, for it to, be visually appealing as well. And so to reduce the amount of words. But if there is a strong perspective from the commission to do the opposite, I mean, I think we can certainly think about that.
I have a comment. So that 15, 30, 45, again, was not an endorsement for 4 different versions of that. It's like whatever framework we're working within. And I think we can take that into consideration as to a short version, long version, maybe something as simple as that, which includes Q&A and COI tool demonstration, whatever the case may be. So I do think that that should be defined very clearly. So like a toolkit model so that commissioners can grab and go. I thought what we were talking about today was specific to what we were going to be presenting and not necessarily what the public was going to be picking up and present. Because I think that there probably is some elements in there that it really isn't necessary for the public to address, like how we were formed and all that stuff is really neither here nor there. I think their effort should be more focused. And I think that that will flow from us defining going back to what Commissioner Turner said earlier and others have said in the past several meetings, what are the deliverables that we're expecting from the public in terms of their role in the outreach equation? And that could be a couple different things, but I think once we define that, then we'll know the tools, materials, et cetera, that we'll need to create, whether they're templates or frameworks, to support the effort we're asking them to do. So I kind of saw that separate and apart from this piece we're talking about today, meaning public delivery versus commissioners' delivery of education. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, thank you. Totally in agreement. And I think that I was thinking of this as a tool and specifically commenting based on what the commissioners will be providing for the public so that we can take that to the bank. We know for sure, regardless of what zone we presented in, based on the type of presentation that we've reported, we know I know what was done in, Mariposa. I know what was done in San Bernardino based on what I think that makes really good sense and puts us in a good position as a commission to know the type of work that we provided to California. Now, from individuals that's going to also do presentations, we're never going to be able to control that, nor do we want to. Whatever they're telling people, we're glad about that. And I think that we should even be able to provide them with the support that we're wanting to do. But people have already started pulling information about redistricting and talking about it. So to the degree that we can be of support to them and give it to them, that's great. As we continue in conversations about whether we will or won't participate in providing grants, even that will again make a difference. If we're providing funding for something, it's then now just not a go tell whoever, whatever. It's tied in with these dollars. Again, here is the minimal things that you need to talk to people about. And so I just think it will have benefits in a few different areas for us to get real clear on what is required wording and what is nice to have wording. But for starters, I also took this document to be what we needed to present and do appreciate all of the work that was done. But it will have other consequences as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Other comments, commissioners? Commissioner Sinai?
I apologize if this is wordsmithing, but I keep looking at the participating in the process, kind of what it is that we want folks to do. And it really, we put it at the end, but it's really at the beginning. The first statement is really define your community, define your community or someone else will. How can you define your community? And then kind of go into it. So I just kept going back on, there aren't that, we do need to be careful what we're asking people to do and keep it as simple as possible. And I would think in this first round of going out there to the community, part of it is if there's other groups that you want us to talk to, let us know. That whole idea of creating those ripple. Sorry, but we want to be invited to other groups to speak to as well. So let us, we're open for others. And I know we kind of say that at the very end, but I think this participating in the process, how can we make that as clear as possible?
Commissioner Sinai, if you have suggestions, please send them. And all commissioners, I think at the top of this presentation, the presenters suggested that they want you to be explicit in your recommendations in writing. So they don't just have like a bunch of questions they have to address, but they have real world responses that they can incorporate, understanding the context in which they were presented. Commissioner Sinai?
And I don't mean to open a can of worms here, but how are we supposed to talk about the census and the big question with the census? Because that the census data, because that will be coming up. And I don't know if we have it on the agenda at some point to discuss it a little bit so that we understand how we talk about the census, how it affects our work, and how it affects the timelines.
I see some nods. How is that going to get managed explicitly?
Are you asking me?
No.
Oh,
the
okay. My question.
Yeah, no, that's your question. So it's those individuals who are handling this piece, are they going to incorporate that? Are they going to work with legal? Are they going to draft language? I just don't want it to live like a concept that commissioners like, but it doesn't get owned. So it sounds like Commissioner Sadwani will bring leadership to that piece as it moves forward. Is that going to be included in the presentation? Is that what your recommendation is, Commissioner Sinai, that be incorporated, or are you just talking as an aside?
I know that one is linked to the other. I mean, even when we talk about redistricting, we say we do the census first and then we do this. And there's a lot of conversation about the census and the census data. So I'm okay whichever way we decide to do it, but I do want us to have, feel comfortable that we have the answers to give to the public.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, I mean, Director Ceja will hopefully back me up on this, but it's very common to have a whole set of if asked Q&As. So, if we have a set of if asked, we can have the material there and not feel obliged to put it out, but be ready to answer it.
Commissioner Sadwani, then, I'm sorry, go ahead, Director Ceja.
I was just adding that it's like a cheat sheet in case you get asked certain questions. Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Sadwani, then Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yep, I was just going to say that I think that there's most certainly two places where that needs to live. Is one, when we talk about what is redistricting in general, well, redistricting comes from census data. And as an aside, and here's all this information about the census. And as the commission, we've also been a part of this amicus brief advocating for a broad census, et cetera, as well as when we're talking about the timeline. I think that again, that census piece kind of naturally comes back up again. So most certainly we'll make sure that is included in the long form.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
I was going to say, I mean, I hear what Commissioner Sadwani is saying. I was just going to say that other than maybe just a brief mention in the context of where, like she said, in the timeline and where the redistricting efforts come from, I think that I would be a little careful about getting too far down the, what's happening with the census road right now, because we want to keep everybody focused on redistricting, and that I like what Commissioner Kennedy said about keeping maybe that in a, if you get asked, kind of like, cheat sheet that Mr. Ceja said about, being able to answer more fully on those questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Any additional comments, questions, concerns? Does the committee feel like they've gotten the feedback that they need in order to move forward? Awesome. Okay. So we have concluded agenda item number 14. And so we're going to move to, well, actually, what I'd like to do at this point is take some closing. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll do discussion future meetings and agendas. If people have anything to discuss, we can always continue it tomorrow as well. But we've moved pretty efficiently through the agenda. And we really only have 2 agenda items outside of our discussion of future meetings and agenda items. And that is our panel discussion to discuss incarcerated populations, which we're going to do tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And we have scheduled the language access recommendations, which originally was scheduled to happen on Wednesday. However, it's been recommended, and I concur, that I would like to move the language access recommendations to tomorrow afternoon. So after lunch, we'll have that, and then that way the committee still has the community still has a little bit of time to review the documents that have been posted. But we do want to emphasize that this is going to be a discussion of recommendations. There won't be actions taken on it, so there's going to be additional time post tomorrow for review and feedback from the public. So the public doesn't have to feel alarmed that we're going to be moving on something they've not had adequate time to review. We know that the associated documents have only been posted related to this item since Sunday evening. So barring any objections to moving forward in this way, I would jump down and start a conversation about future meetings and agenda items. The next break is at 4:10. So that gives us about a half hour. So we could use that half hour to have that discussion. We don't have to use the whole half hour, of course. And at the conclusion of whatever discussion we have, I would open it up for closing public comment. And then we would close for today and reconvene in the morning at 9:30. So barring any objections to that strategy, I'd like to move forward with discussing future meeting dates and agenda items if people are prepared for that. If not, we can, of course, move it tomorrow. Does any commissioners have anything they want to bring forward at this time associated with agenda item number 18? Again, I want to comment that and commend all the commissioners for using the Google Doc. It has really made on the back end the putting together of the agenda and making sure that the associated documents and how much time you need, et cetera, in service of the agenda building has been awesome. So thank you all so much for using that mechanism. And I'm sure Commissioner Taylor will be pleased to have that. He's been a big champion as my vice chair in sending out those notices and reminding commissioners to put their items in the Google Docs. And I just want to really thank you guys for that. I know that streamlined a lot of our discussion even around this topic. It's like you guys put it there and we kind of deal with other their questions, etc. So again, is there anything right now that any commissioners want to bring forward for future meetings or meeting dates or agenda items? Okay. So with that, again, I'll revisit this tomorrow before we close. Come right to you in just a moment, Commissioner Yee. I'll revisit this again tomorrow. Right now, after we hear from Commissioner Yee and any other commissioners with any comments, I'll go to the closing public comment of the day to hear from the public. Commissioner Yee.
Since we have time, just wondering if we might go ahead and schedule some meeting dates for March. Are we ready to do that? Any reason not to do that?
No, we certainly can. Commissioners, are you prepared to do that? Commissioner Sinai?
Yeah, I was looking at the document to remind myself what were some of the agenda items. And one of the agenda items we were asked to put on, and with Commissioner Hernandez and I in our conversation with Karen McDonald, she did ask us to put on there kind of the census data quality issues and to create an agenda item for that. We put it for our meeting on the 26th, and if it needs to be moved, we can move it. But it's not owned by anybody. I just put it in there and then just said that Karen asked me to put it there. So I don't know if the census group wants to own that one, or if you'd like me to. I was just going to
actually recommend that the Action on Census Committee own that, if they don't mind. Okay, I see consensus there, so they'll own that. And then Commissioner Yee, what I'd like, because you do this is, well, among all the wonderful things that you do, I think that you put together these kind of planning pieces really well. So what I'd like to encourage is if you want to do a first draft recommendation of dates using some of the patterns that we've used to date, and then tomorrow we'll come back to this agenda item, and then we'll have something that we can react to, almost much like you did with the chair rotation, etc. I think it'll probably be easier than everybody screaming about their calendar, 14 calendars, and oh, not that day. Can we do 2 days? Can we do 3? Or can it be 2.5? So what do you think of that, Commissioner Yee?
All good. I can give you a preview. It happens that March starts on.
You muted yourself.
There you go. You're back. I'll give you a preview. So it happens that March starts on a Monday, just as February will. So I'm going to propose that we just do the exact same dates in March that we did in February. 8, 9, 16, 17, 24, 25.
That's easy. I love that. Anybody having objections to replicating basically the February schedule in March? Commissioner Vasquez?
I am not available that entire week of March. You all can proceed without me, but that week is not schedulable.
Okay, thank you for that. Anyone else have any conflicts with those weeks?
I'm trying to find those dates again real quick. I see the January dates. I didn't necessarily put February in my calendar real quick. What are the dates?
8th and 9th, 16th and 17th, 24th and 25th.
Thank you.
And the proposal on the table would be to do those same dates in March. Commissioner Kennedy?
Just thinking that for any number of reasons, we didn't have something the week of the first week of February, but I'm thinking that by the time we get to March, we should probably at least hold some dates for a meeting that first week of March.
And I think that's a good point, Commissioner Kennedy. Can you look at the Gantt chart? So use Commissioner Yee's recommendation for March. Look at the Gantt chart. Communications Division, Directors Hernandez and Director Ceja. Look at those dates as well. And then tomorrow, when we revisit this, we'll be looking at it through possibilities based on what we know is upcoming. How is that? So we have a baseline as presented by Commissioner Yee today, and we're going to litmus that with our Gantt chart, and we're going to litmus that with a couple of timelines that have been laid out here today in presentations. And then we'll see how that all lines up. Does that work for process? All right, perfect. So with that, anybody else have any feedback, comments about this particular item? We will revisit it again tomorrow. Director Claypool.
The only thing that I would comment on is that we have a deadline tonight for sending out the agenda for the 26th, and so for our next agenda, and so I believe that we're going to distribute that to everyone so that you can take a look at it and make one final sweep to make sure it has the items in it that you wish to have in it the way you wish to have it stated.
And that has to be posted by tonight, by 11:59 tonight.
Yes, that's a deadline. We try to get it done a little bit earlier than that, but certainly that's the deadline.
Fine. And that's your agenda, Commissioner Taylor, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there anything that you want? I want to turn this over to you and see if there's any clarity that you need to get from commissioners regarding any of their agenda items. So that we can make sure that you have what you need for this particular agenda posting by tonight?
So I believe I've spoke to communicated with everyone. Again, I emphasize using the Google Doc so that we have that hard copy to refer to. If there's anything that you feel you didn't communicate to me ahead of time, please send it ASAP. And Dan and I have the working draft. Dan, if you can send out the working draft to all of the commissioners, then I believe we can go forward.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Taylor. Any other questions or comments before we go to public comment? Yes, Marion. Ms. Johnston?
I just got an update that the Census Bureau has now changed its expected deadline, and it's now March 6th.
Thank you for that update. We're getting that hot off the presses, people. Thank you, Marion. March 6th, the due date, which may change again. Who knows? Commissioner Kennedy.
So that's March 6th for the apportionment data?
March 6th for when the Census Bureau first produces its data to send to the president.
For apportionment?
For apportionment. But it's not, it goes to the president first, and then he has to send it back with the apportionment.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any additional comments? Okay, Jesse, if you could read the instructions, please.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 918-3780-3898 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comments. You will also hear an automated message to press star 9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating that you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you, and you will hear an automated message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you're waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking general closing public comment at this time.
Looks like we have someone in the queue, Jesse.
Good afternoon, caller. Could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Rosalind, Rosalind, and the last name is Gold, Gold, with the Naleo Educational Fund. Again, thank you so much for your hard and productive work in today's meeting. We really appreciate it. I just wanted to make comment on two issues. One, I got beat to the punch regarding the news about the March 6th delivery of apportionment data, because that is indeed hot off the presses. I would, again, just like to request that the Commission seriously think about looking at a schedule for the whole schedule of the Commission's work that would be presumed on or take into account a delivery date of the redistricting data, not by March 31st, but after that, and what that means for what's being called the target August 15th deadline. At least from our perspective in past redistrictings and apportionment and our work with the census, it just seems extremely unlikely that with a March 6th delivery of apportionment data, there would be a March 31st delivery of redistricting data. You know, our understanding is the Bureau is, would be typically doing its data quality processing for apportionment data and its preparation for redistricting data at the same time, simultaneously, which has allowed it in the past to adhere to the schedule it had of like 3 months later coming out with the redistricting data, but that the Bureau is having to really prioritize right now apportionment so that there is not a lot being done with respect to the redistricting data. So again, I would just like to raise the issue, especially as you're thinking of PowerPoint or other materials, of how you frame the target date. The second issue that I wanted to quickly address is that I believe there has been a comment by commissioners earlier talking about the concept of doing some kind of mapping before the redistricting data comes out. And I would just like to ask for clarity when discussing this process that there is an understanding that districts should not be mapped before there is
Christian.
redistricting. That if the commission wants to do mapping or visualization of communities of interest before the redistricting data comes out, that would make sense, but doing any kind of mapping of actual districts themselves before that redistricting data comes out and has analyzed does not make sense because of things like making sure you're meeting Voting Rights Act compliance requirements. So I just wanted to ask for clarification to make sure that our understanding is that the commission is not intending to do any mapping of districts before the redistricting data comes out.
Thank you, Ms. Gall. That is correct. We do not intend to do that.
Great.
Any
Thank you
mapping
so
of
much.
districts before the data comes out.
Great. Thank you so much then.
Thank you. We have any additional callers, Jesse?
We do.
Invite them in, please.
Good afternoon, caller. Could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yeah, first name is Renee, Renee. Last name is Westa -Lusk, Westa-Lusk.
Thank you.
I just have some comments about the Redistricting 101 document that you're going to call Redistricting Basics, I believe. I just wanted to say I think it might be better to shorten the information of how the commissioners were selected and instead put a link if people want more information how it was, just to keep the document more concise. I think there should be more detail on what basis or criteria and data the commissioners will be drawing the lines from, because on the page where it says, I think it's page 12, participating in the process, it says familiarize yourself with criteria. I think the average person that's planning to submit some kind of comment, whether it's email, letter, or public testimony, they need some guidance on what they should include, because I think that the previous documents that were done by the previous commission went into more detail. They talked about a whole list of on what basis the lines were going to be drawn, besides population, race and ethnicity, contiguity, municipal geography, compactness, nesting, all that kind of. I think there needs to be some more information to help the person that's going to be giving any kind of comment on what they should include. And they also should give more guidance on what the commissioners don't want to hear. They don't want to hear about partisan politics. And some people, at least at some of the commission hearings I went to last time, did kind of slip and let that get inserted in their testimony. I think there just needs to be more clarification. The document's beautifully done as far as graphics and everything, but I'm just giving you my input. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is the exact kind of input we're looking for, so we appreciate that. Jesse, do we have any other callers in the queue?
There are currently no other callers in the queue, Chair.
Okay. So you were able to get that feedback, Director Seha and subcommittee. Wonderful. Okay, so that is going to conclude our day, commissioners. Is there any closing comments or thoughts before we adjourn, recess until tomorrow? Director Claypool.
I just wanted to follow up one more time and make sure that this evening you had mentioned two things you'd like us to post. One was the new map. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, the new zone map.
in the zone map, and you had also stated something about the agenda, and I just wanted to
Yes,
follow up.
if we could update the agenda to reflect that the language access recommendations will take place after lunch tomorrow, and the panel discussion will be at 10. So the way I'm calculating this, the panel discussion is going to be at 10. I'm assuming the presentation is no more than an hour. That's going to put us right on our break. So we'll take a break and come back from the break and continue any discussion and get feedback at that point. So we'll have that time between then and lunch. Then we'll break for lunch depending upon when that conversation wraps up. That may happen anytime between noon and 12:30. So I'm thinking that's an hour for lunch. We should be back by 1:30. So if we want to list the afternoon language access recommendations at 1:30, we could do so. If we're running a little behind, we can always put a note on the website. So let's target that for the afternoon, 1:30, and the panel discussion in the morning. And then after we conclude the afternoon agenda item number 13 at 1:30, we will finalize those meeting dates for future meetings, and that will be our meeting tomorrow.
Perfect.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Thank you all, commissioners. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you in the morning. And thank you, California. See you tomorrow.